How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Good morning. Well, it's not even good morning anymore, is it? Who am I kidding? My schedule's all over the shop at the moment. Got a few things I want to get sorted today. A little bit more of a casual stream today. No camera mode. Just chilling. I've got to get some stuff done. So I thought, well, I might as well, utilize it as a bit of a Q&A session or something at the same time. Who knows? Who knows? But with the main thing I'm trying to get done today is I'm trying to update the cheat sheet so that it's finalised for the launch of Dragonflight. One thing I needed to leave till right at the very last minute is inputting all of the recipe information to try and get crafting costs to be accurate. Once we have some accurate crafting costs, then we can fiddle about and we can do other funky things in the other sheets. I still do need to go through and tweak and change these before I can turn this into a true 1.0 officially ready for launch version. This is all wrong. It's a really good way to start. The first sheet I look at is just all wrong. So many levels of wrong. We need all of this business over here. Need some new columns. Oh, can we not have columns that are the size of Africa? Found somewhere that you get 50 metal back when you... Oh, that you get 50 metal back when you buy the 10 knowledge point from a bull. Is that true? You do, yeah. You do have to obviously cough up the full quantity to begin with. But it does trigger the usual and the normal thing of every time you gain a knowledge point, you gain 5 artisans metal. So yeah, it's a bit of a mini refund, I suppose. Merge all of these together. Beautiful. Do the same down here. Even though this is changing. This we can get rid of. All of that goes bye-byes. Boop. Spec builds move up here. Oh, I did 3 for dual crafting. Check me out. I wonder if these are... I should probably check these as well. Oh, Lord. So much to do. So much to do. We need a few more columns to the right. Was just watching your YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube's fun at the moment. I can't lie, it's fun at the moment. Apart from the fact I seem to be getting into the bad habit of recording videos at 1 o'clock in the morning, which is not doing my mental psyche any favours whatsoever. None whatsoever. But hey, this is what happens, right? This is what happens. From your 1 AM post. Yeah, I've done that a couple of days in a row now. It's good for me to test. I have a big portion of my audience from Team NA. And as far as YouTube is concerned, my posting times are, convenient for Team EU, not really so convenient for Team NA. So I wondered, I was doing some testing, what if I actually throw up some videos at like super late Team EU time? How do they do with the algorithm? The honest answer is they don't do anywhere near as well, so the videos will continue to launch at their regular-ish sort of time going forward. This could all disappear. This has been moved. Is that gone? That's gone. God, my OCD gets in the way of me doing things a lot of the time. Okay. That column doesn't need to be quite so big. These columns could do with being a touch big. Whoa, hello, not quite that big. Not quite that big. These lots can go away. These don't actually matter. These were only going to be useful if there was going to be ever any choice to what professional equipment you use, and there just isn't. So let's... okay, we're going to have to... merge that into one big... Whoa, no, 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 no. There we go. That's neater, that's tidier. Thanks for all the videos. It's kept me sane during the run-up to launch regarding knowledge points. And in one of your videos, you mentioned that these are permanent and you cannot get them back like talent points. With this in mind, would choosing something like inscription in the first 2 weeks, then switching to tailoring, put me behind because because people who've been tailors from week 1? Technically, yes. Technically, yes, although in the long, in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be one of those, like, it's such a tiny little optimization. In the grand scheme of things, it probably won't make all that much difference. But if you want the true 100% answer, then the answer is yes, it will put you 1 week of progress behind others. But on the flip side of that, does it matter as much if you made 10 million gold selling flipping Dark Moon decks in the first week? There's pros and cons to most of this stuff, right? There's always the pros and cons, and you got to balance it up, and you got to just choose that. You got to make those decisions yourself, really. I can obviously chip in with my 2 cents, but you're gonna have to make a decision. I'm team NA, haven't slept yet, lol, doesn't matter to me anyway. Just thought I'd check your channel. Good to see you, welcome in, welcome in. Have you heard anything about them nerfing Dark Moon cards from fishing? Done about 3 hours of fishing the last 2 days and have not got a single card. I know it's not a long time, but had several before. I have a weird feeling. I cannot confirm nor deny this, but I have a weird feeling like there's more to the Dark Moon fishing than what we've actually worked out yet. I think there's more to it. I don't know whether it's that you have to be fishing in certain locations, or if the Dark Moon card, because what they call, they're like soggy Dark Moon bundles or something. Maybe it's that those soggy Dark Moon bundles only come from certain pools or certain zones or something. There clearly feels like there's more to it, because I've had some people turn around and say that they just get flooded with Dark Moon cards. And I've had some people say exactly the same as you, that, they've done a few hours of fishing and not seen a single one. So I think there's clearly more to it. How are we doing, Stro? Welcome in. Did I get a haircut? Yeah, the opposite of. Yeah, I had long blonde implants put in. And a nose job to go with it. Right, does this make Jewel Crafting Sheet look sort of similar to the others? Sort of similar is good enough. It doesn't have to be exact, but sort of similar is good enough. Sort of similar is good enough for now. All of this guff can go. We don't need all the shameless promo in here anymore. Right, let's get back to what I actually wanted to do, which was to check that all of the recipes in here are correct. More importantly, there's a few sheets where I haven't even input any data whatsoever. So let's start off by picking up Jewel Crafting. Start at the beginning. I'm doing this in a slightly biased fashion. I'm doing the professions that mean more to me first, because I want to make sure that at least my own gameplay is sorted first and foremost. You got to be greedy sometimes, right? I have actually. I have talking about Dark Moon cards. I have an interesting screenshot. Where's it gone? I have an interesting screenshot. This one is the swag dude, which you'll come to realize when you do fishing, you get. I wonder if I can see any of them in this screenshot. I can't. When you do fishing, you get coins, and when you get coins, you can take them to a big frog who's hiding in a cave, and you can hand those frogs in, and he gives you immaculate sacks. Oh, you can't even see that because it's behind me flipping stupid face. Come on. He gives you immaculate swags, you know, sacks of swag treasures or something. And these have their own loot table. And that loot table is already proving to be quite interesting, considering it gives you gems in there. And somebody even pulled an ace, a Dark Moon ace out of there. So, there seems to be more to the whole Dark Moon game than what we predict. The reality is that none of this short term really makes any difference whatsoever. Simply for the reason that the Dark Moon fiasco, the Dark Moon craze is always a, you know, it's a week one situation, right? It's week one, it's crazy, it's batshit mental. You dive in, you go really aggressive with it, you craft cards, you cancel scan like your life depends on it. And then a week later, it doesn't matter if people start realizing that you get them from fishing, or people have gone out there and they've looted a few in a few loot bags or whatever. None of that matters by that point, because the people who are really going to make big off the Dark Moon card system have already done it. So if the aces start to pile up after a week or two, then, well, whatever. This is really one of those markets where if you blink, you've missed it. And it's the same every expansion, and I don't expect Dragonflight to be any different. So I have an immaculate sack. Congratulations, my friend. Do we know which Dark Moon card will be BIS, by the way? I'm not really the best person to ask when it comes to like gear quality or, you know, BIS lists and stuff. I don't really know, but there's a healer one, there's a tank one, and there's a single target one, and there's an AoE one. So it makes a lot of sense to me that the single target one, which I think is the fire one, or is it called Inferno? The fire one. I think the fire one is probably the one that people are going to be really keen to get their hands on. There's just, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Look different today. Yeah, I'm in admin mode. We're not doing. It's a casual stream today. I'm doing stuff that normally I wouldn't do on stream, but I'm also cautious of the fact that we've not clocked up many stream hours this week. I've not done my duties, and I've not come and said hi to you guys, and I feel lonely. So I thought I'd throw out the stream while I get some admin stuff sorted. Three sockets on the neck thing, is that Jawncrafter specific, or can it be achieved through work orders? You can put in a work order for one. The way that it works, the tiered medallion setting, it's a quality 1 will give you 1 socket, a quality 2 will give you 2 sockets, and a quality 3 version of this will give you 3 sockets. Quality 3 ones are going to require the Jawncrafter to have quite aggressively spec'd in to being able to make quality 3 ones. So you but once again, by design, it's probably going to be that you'll buy up a cheap one, a quality 1 cheap one, as people get access to the recipe. You have to go into, I haven't leveled Jawncrafting on this character, so I can't easily show you, but you have to level up settings in your spec tree to even unlock the pattern, and then you've got to put quite a lot of time and effort into reaching 275 skill. You would need 137 skill to be able to make quality 2. But making them at quality 3 is probably going to require inspiration procs, which means you then can't easily just order a quality 3. Yeah. But they, I wonder actually, are these not going to be... are these not going to just be on the regular auction house? They're not bind on pickup. I don't know. I've not played with them enough. They might just end up being on the If they just end up being on the regular auction house, then don't worry about it. Just buy the one that you want. Anyway, let's get back to this. I wanted to be checking the recipes to make sure everything's right. I need to go through the list. Where do we start? Blotting oh god. Oh no, it's all in a different order. Oh, what have they done? Oh, they've pushed all of the unlearned stuff to the bottom. Oh, that's because people asked for that. See, I don't like that. Can we undo that, please? Oh no, that was one of those things that has been implemented by... damn. I don't like this. I like to be able to see, right, if I'm making air gems, I don't want to be looking at these are the air gems that I don't have, and then all the way up here, I have to find the category again and find, okay, these are the air gems that I do have, and these are the gems that I don't have. No, put them all, you know, when I select it to show unlearned, show everything. That's kind of what I wanted. So I wanted to see, okay, annoying. That's a quality of life change that has not made my quality of life any better. Oh, Lord. All right, fine. Easy fix, just buy all the recipes. Yeah, easy fix on the beta. Busy week, don't blame you. It's crazy how much stuff there is to make videos about just by itself, let alone making an entire spreadsheet. Well, I worked it out the other day that I've probably spent over 200 hours on the beta already, and the game's not even gone live yet. I mean, at what point do I consider this game an addiction more than anything else? It's getting a bit wild. Single rousing fire. Silken gem dust and a wilder cloth. Yep. I'm hoping that they've not changed much here. I'm really hoping they've not changed much here. Can I keep it this way? I can. At what point do you consider it addiction? About years ago? Yeah, about 15 of them at this point. Oh, now I can't see everything in one go. That's also annoying. Okay. Pounce. 2 rousing, 1 wilder cloth. 2 rousing. 2 gem dust. 1 wilder cloth. Empty soul cages. Oh, yeah. Every time I click on something, it's going to go away. Okay. I was hoping to try and do this so you guys could see the sheet as well. But that's just not going to happen, so sorry. Empty soul cages. 2 rousing. Rousing earth, fire, frost. Rousing air, earth, fire, frost. And then a kicker of 3 fractured glass. Yes, okay. Right, draconic vial. What does this need? 5 stoppers, vendor reagent, 5 glass. 5 stoppers, 5 glass, 1 dust, 1 fire. Yes, that stayed the same. It's going to be hard figuring out what should be the soft cap for making tier 3 intermediates. Even with full points, it's never guaranteed. Yeah, this is going to catch a few people out. This is where like I said, you've got to be super careful with these spec trees. That's going to catch people out, because there is actually technically a point where you should have spent enough points and you should stop spending points gaining more skill in that area. Because you know that full well you're going to be reliant on inspiration procs to get quality 3 reliably anyway. So once you've got enough skill so that your inspiration can proc a quality 3, that's technically where you should stop. And you should then start either focusing on building your inspiration number higher, or maybe diversifying and start spending your points somewhere else. It's going to be so easy to accidentally spend points in areas that you don't want to spend them. Min-maxing these spec trees is going to be a nightmare. And it's going to require some very careful placement and thought process for every single point that you spend. I like it though. That's exactly what I want. It becomes you know, an interesting avenue of gameplay for me. There should be some repercussions to just not thinking about things sometimes. You know, if you stand in the fire, you get burnt. You know, spending your spec points in the wrong place is the goblin version of standing in the fire. Just don't do it. Think about things. The problem is, though, is you probably can't have a whacking great big weak aura to say, oi, you shouldn't be putting a point there. But who knows. Right, glossy stone, 4 crumbled. 2... Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Here's our first change. They've changed the amount of Eternity's Amber we need down to only 1. Rousing Earth has also been reduced down to only 2. And the Crumble Stone has been reduced to only 4. First change. First significant change. It also makes 2. This is what I've not worked out what to do with the cheat sheet. I've not decided, and maybe I leave this up to you guys. I've not decided what the better option is for this. So, let me explain. Hang on, let me turn these music down. I'm shouting over these tunes. I end up doing this every day. There we go. In the case of something like Glossy Stone, we work out it's not strictly the crafting cost. It's not the crafting cost of a single glossy stone. It's the crafting cost of 2 glossy stone. Is it more sensible for me to do a divided by 2 here to give you the price per item? Or it depends how you then plan on using this information. This is the cost per button press. It's not strictly the cost per item that you receive. I guess to begin with, I will leave it as a cost per button press, and then maybe do a sanity check and go through. It's going to get a bit annoying where there's things that aren't strictly guaranteed quantities each time. I don't know. I tend to overthink these things. This is the problem. I tend to massively overthink the things. Let me get the data in the sheet first, and then I can suppose I'll make a decision. Difference is that you have to predict where the fire is going to spawn, since we cannot move, and predicting that is impossible at this point. We don't have data from previous expansion. That's actually a very good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. We are living in the world of speculation. And that's half of, that's pretty much half of what goal making is. Speculating what might be the next big thing. Obviously, even all this talk about Dark Moon cards at the moment is totally hypothetical. We're making the assumption that Dark Moon cards will both A, be good enough that people will want them, B, that they will also be good enough that people will pay ridiculous amounts for them, and C, that the crafting costs is not going to be so outrageous that that people will still buy them. We just don't know. Okay, now my sheet is all in a completely wrong order. Double annoying. Per button press, you're not going to craft 1 glossy stone, so getting the mats for 1 glossy stone doesn't help you. Yeah, but it's it's like I said, it's more about then what you do with that crafting cost in the rest of the sheet. The logical thing to do, right? I'm going to do a video on this because anybody that is going to use this cheat sheet probably might need some of these questions being answered. Is there any of these crafting costs here? The thing that you're probably going to do is in your maths and calculations section in the sheet, which is deliberately empty, by the way. It's deliberately empty because everybody might want to use this for different reasons. This cheat sheet is not like you press a button and it tells you how to make gold. This is the foundation. This is the tool for you to then go out and use. That's by design. You're going to have like, okay, magic gem, and then you're going to have the materials for magic gems. And you're going to have like the crafting cost, and what you would do is you would input the cost of each material from your crafting cost. You could say, right, well, that magic gem costs this. And then, okay, well, it's doing some weird and wacky stuff right now, but we can fix all of this. But the point is you're going to grab this information, you're going to grab these crafting costs, and you're going to use them to help you do other things, right? Especially when it comes to intermediates and stuff. So, what I do probably need to do then is make sure that these are all defaulted to data. Where's it gone? Probably just regular number. Why they were set to percents, I don't know. But if you take the crafting costs, say for example, of your glossy stone, you're going to then need to remember that that when you go equals glossy stone crafting cost, that you then remember to divide that by 2, because that's actually the cost for 2 of them, you know. But yeah, I will do a little overview of how the sheet works and how to actually use it. Where do I get to then? Vibrant, energizing vibrant, energized vibrant emerald. Energized vibrant emerald. 2 rousing, 2 gems. 2 rousing, 2 gems. Good. Zen Mystic Sapphire. Zen Mystic Sapphire. 2 gems. 2 gems, 2 earth. Yes. Crafty Queen's Ruby. Crafty Queen's Ruby. 2 gems, 2 air. 2 rubies, 2 air. Sensei Sundered Onyx. That one. 2 perpy boys, 2 fires. 2 perps, 2 fires, yes. Solid Eternity's Amber. Now that's the one we get by default, which should just be 2. Yep, that's just 2 Eternity's Amber. On beta, my mining skill is 115 and Ceravite ore requires 115 for max rank, but I still seem to get rank 2 ores. What am I missing? Gathering, the skill for gathering works slightly different to it does with crafting. With crafting, it's like a threshold, right? It's with crafting, once you have achieved a certain skill, you're guaranteed, or at least you should, in theory, be guaranteed to make that thing at that quality. With gathering, it's more like you're unlocking the ability to gather something. So if in your scenario with mining Ceravite being 115, all that's actually done is unlocked the ability for you to gather quality 3. It's not guaranteeing that every time you will get quality 3. So you want to still continuously skill up further and further into that. So let's say, for example, you get your Ceravite ore mining skill to like 150, then it's going to mean the majority of the time you will then be getting quality 3, and you will then very infrequently end up with quality 2 sort of thing. Slightly different, slightly different. Quick use emeralds, air gems. This is where things start to get a little bit more expensive then. So we've got 1 use emerald gem and then 3 awakened airs. And we have 3 airs and 1 order. Is it going to be an order for all of these? It probably is, isn't it? Crafty Alexstrasites. Crafty Alexstrasites. 2 air. 2 air, 1 fire, 1 order, and obviously the gem. Yep. Energized Malagites. Energized Malagites. The gem. 2 air. 1 frost, 1 order. 1 frost, 1 order. Yep, great, excellent. Forceful. The gem. Oh! Oh yeah, Nosderite cuts. Nosderite cuts are the cheaper ones, believe it or not. Crimson Blade, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Nosderite and just the air gem. Sorry, the air essence. Keen Neltherite is 1 gem, 2 airs, 1 earth, 1... Okay. Pussiant Nosderite. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that, but I'll go with it. 1 gem. No, hang on. Yeah, 1 gem. 1 earth, that'll do. Fractured Neltherite. 1 gem, 1 order, 3 earth. 1 gem, 3 earth, 1 order. Yep. Kenius Emerald. 1 gem, 2 earth, 1 air, 1 order. Yep. Yups. Sensei Alexstrasite. Oh, who's stolen that? Oh, it's there. Oh, it's French for powerful? Ah, I see. Blizzard loves to do this. They love to just steal a word from another language and throw it in the game and expect people to understand what the hell's going on. Order! Oh, God. Okay. That's going to have to be a soundbite, isn't it? That's going to have to be a dono sub sound. Order. What do we got here? Scent size is 1 gem, 1 order, 2 earth. Yep. I'm not suspecting any of these to have changed, but it's a sanity check thing that I have a little bit of time to do now. Won't have any time to do once the game actually goes live. 1 Malagite, 2 Awakened Earth, 2 Frost, and a John Cow. Gem names are hilarious. Eusemerald. They've been quite clever with the gems. Alexstrasite, Nosderites, Eusemeralds, Neltherites. It's quite clever. Naming them after the dragons. Oh, it is quite cool. Right, Radiant Malagite. Where's that one? Radiant Malagite. That's a single Malagite gem, and it should be 2 fire, 1 frost, 1 order. 2 fire, 1 frost, 1 order. Yes. The best outcome for all of this is that it's a complete waste of time. And that means that my cheat sheet is still up to date. If we don't have to make any changes, that's a perfect situation. Now, once the game goes live, I'm going to actually have to heavily require people to just tell me if I've made any mistakes. Because once the game goes live, I'm not going to have that much time to go through and keep, you know, checking everything over, making sure that there's been no stealth changes. Because Blizzard do have the temptation to do that from time to time. 1 Alexstrasite gem, 3 fire, 1 order. 3 fire, 1 order. Okay, this is good so far. No changes so far. Jagged Nosderites. I recorded my jewel crafting leveling guide yesterday. And I was really hoping that when I did it, that jewel crafting would have been changed. Because the leveling path for jewel crafting is actually wackadoodle. Totally bonkers crazy. And is going to mean that jewel crafting is stupid expensive to power level. If you want to get jewel crafting leveled up fast in the first few days, expect to be buying an ungodly amount of ore. And yeah, it's going to be a wild one. Mainly because you can cut gems, you can cut these Nosderite gems all the way up to skill 80. Yet, you don't have access to any other cuts but Nosderite cuts until you've gone out and you've done like rep grinds and until you've unlocked some more gem cut patterns. Meaning that when you're prospecting, you're going to be laser focused on wanting just Nosderite. Anything else you get in the first few days. Now, obviously, the smart goblins will try their absolute best to sell the Nosderites to cover the cost of all of the other gems, but that's not likely to happen for very long. Especially if everybody tries to power level jewel crafting, the regular gems that aren't Nosderites will get tanked into the floor, like super fast. But then as everybody starts to slowly but surely get the patterns, and then it all balances out a little bit. But it's going to take quite a while for that balance to happen. Prospecting is going to be absolutely bonkers at the beginning. Like crazy level bonkers. That's half the fun of jewel crafting. It's why I've had jewel crafting on my main character for, oh, I don't know, like 10 years now. Probably more than that even. Right, energized assembled should be 1 gem, 2 frost, 1 air, 1 order. 1 gem, 2 frost, 1 order, 1 air. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Weren't the gem cuts rather early on in the renown rewards? Yeah, some of them are not too deep. Renown 10. Renown 10. I tell you what, you know what's a better solution to this? Is to have a little look properly. Rep grind recipe chart. Jewel crafting. Here we go. Yeah, so you get a bunch of the cuts quite early on. Dragon Scale Expedition 9. In theory, if you're leveling up and you're dinging level 70, this is technically not much more than a couple of hours of work to get Dragon Scale up to this point, I would imagine. So there's, you know, there's some use for Malachite and Neltherite. You are going to have to get quite well established with the fishy friends. The fishy friends are going to give you some use for the Yosembrals and the Alexstrasites. But once you've got these two factions up to Renown 10-ish, you should be able to then have a wide variety of cuts available to you to level up. What's going to be interesting, though, is just how the demand is going to, you know, shape up for gems. There's 20 different rare gem cuts this time round, because each one is, you know, a specific combo of stats this time. Very much taking it old school with jewel crafting. Instead of having, like, only 3 or 4 different cuts, which are all super boring, now you can fully customize exactly what it is that you want. But it's going to mean that jewel crafters themselves are going to be crafting, you know, you're going to, especially since these are going to go on the region auction house, you're probably, if you're going to go hardcore gem selling, you're probably going to want to craft like 20 of each one. And let's not forget, these gems are going to be mad level expensive to begin with. In the first couple of weeks, the Awakened Frost, the Awakened Fire, the Awakened, you know, the Awakens themselves, I still believe that the Awakens are going to be at least 500 gold each. At least 500 gold each, because you physically can't farm them fast enough to meet the demand in the first couple of weeks. Especially because all of these components are also going into making flipping Dark Moon cards. So that's going to make these gems like super duper mega expensive to begin with. The gem is going to be the cheap part of it. You'll have the gems, no problem whatsoever. But it's going to be the awakened. There could, imagine your awakened orders 1,000 gold apiece, and these are 500 apiece. That's what 1,000, 2,500 gold of awakened items here, plus the cost of the rare gem. Your rare gems could be 10k in the first couple of weeks. It's going to be actually batshit crazy level expensive. We just got to hope that people pay the price, that people care enough to pay the price. Otherwise, the whole market implodes. Can't seem to find much information on rep and renown acquisition. Is it something I should worry about? I'm trying to obtain the bag recipes ASAP.
I thought you said no camera today.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I've got a funny haircut. I get it. Cheers, Kahani. Appreciate it. Thank you. 9 months now. Thank you very much. We've had a baby. Rep grinding stuff, don't worry about it. It's just, just run around, just kill things, just play the game. It's really not that difficult to acquire. Min-maxing it, sure, is beneficial, but yeah, there's not that much to it, to be honest. Just play the game. Gather treasures, kill rares, complete all of the quests in all of the zones, do the lore master. This is how you grind reputation. It's not particularly time gated, which is the thing that's causing a little bit of concern for some people, at least in our little community of goblins, since people want to get the patterns first. But it's one of those things where if there was a guide out there that told you exactly how to do it, you'd still have a problem on your hands, because it still doesn't then make it any easier for you to be the first person. Rep grinds are an interesting one, in terms of the fact that the real people that take full advantage of the rep grinds are the people that put in disgusting amounts of time planning ahead. I'm going to use K-Chak as an example here. Many of you guys will be aware of K-Chak. When patch 9.2 launched and we had the enlightened reputation grind, he probably more so than anybody understood exactly how rep gains, worked. And because he had more information on it and had put countless hours into testing it on the PTR, he knew exactly where all the rares were, exactly how to kill them, exactly how much rep he could gain every day, exactly what quests he needed to do and when. And he managed to get the Crafter's Mark recipes about 24 hours before anybody else on one of the biggest servers in the EU. And he was selling 262 gems for 100,000 gold apiece. No competition on one of the biggest EU realms. And he was doing it all day. He made about 30 million gold in a day. But he did that because he put in exponentially more effort than nearly anybody else did to try and achieve that. So if there was just a resource out there, it'd be helpful to know, but it wouldn't actually give you an advantage. This is what I'm trying to sort of emphasize with this. The more readily available and the more easy it is to access information on certain things, it's more of an illusion that it gives you an advantage than anything else. If you're really trying to min-max and you're really trying to be the best and you want to get things first, the harsh reality is you just have to do it yourself. Will the cheat sheet, is the cheat sheet ready? No, not even slightly, which is why I'm working on it today. Steady Nosderite. Where's Steady Nosderite on my list? 1 gem, 1 frost. 1 gem, 1 frost. I keep getting distracted though. I knew this would happen if I threw the stream up. But I like talking to you guys, so it's all good. It's all good. Stormy Malachite. Stormy Malachite. And the reason the camera off is so that I don't feel obliged to be putting on a show. Honestly, I mean, I'm still here. I'm still, I'm still presentable. I could quite easily have the camera on, but I feel more like I need to be, making eye contact and putting on a show. I'm doing admin work today, so. Right. Zen Neltherite. 1 gem, 1 order, 2 frost. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. Okay, now we're on to the epic ones. Primalist gems. Fierce diamond. Have these changed? 20 primal chaos. Yes. 1 use emerald. Yes. 1 actual diamond itself. Yes. Then a order and an air. An air and an order. Yeah, okay. These recipes don't seem to have changed either, which is good. Uh, 2111. Yep, that looks the same. 21. Frost and order on that one. Yep. Skillful. 2111. Yes, good, great, excellent. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Tiered medallion setting. Tiered medallion setting. What's the materials for this? 12 dust. Ooh, hang on. Okay, this has changed. This has changed. Tiered setting is using 20 Eternity's Ambers nowadays. Okay. Okay. 20 of those. Is it using a diamond anymore? Oh, these no longer use diamonds. That's a twist of fate. Okay. That's a change. Still uses the order. It also takes a clasp and 12 gem dust. Silk and gem dust times 12. And where the flipping hell have I put the clasps on here? Okay, 1 clasp. Huh, okay. That's a change that had slipped under the radar for me. That's good then. We needed a sink. We needed a use for all of these Eternity's Ambers. I want to check prospecting again before we move on from jewel crafting as well. Do I don't know, just a quick 500 ore test or something for prospecting. I think we still get significantly more Eternity's Ambers than we do anything else, so at least we now have a good use to for them, which is good. Right, Idol of the Dreamer. These are the jewel crafting trinkets. What do these take? 1 spark, 60 chaos, 1 airy soul, not to be disguised with an arsey soul. 1 airy soul. Okay, they've changed that from 2 down to 1. 1 airy soul, 1 use emerald. Where's the... Okay. Oh, they've changed the pattern for all of these. Ah, okay. 1 use emerald, 1 diamond. Okay, that stayed the same, but 10 glossy stone. That's a new change. Where's glossy stone? Is this going to be similar for all of them then? Is it going to be basically the same? Okay. Okay, they've changed all of these. The earth one uses 1 earthen soul, 10 of this glossy stuff, 1 diamond, 1 rare gem, 60 and 1. Okay. Finally got to catch you live. Hope the prep's going well. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. We'll be ready for the launch anyway. We'll be ready. I've not been streaming too much this week, mainly on the basis that I've been busy trying to get everything else ready and sorted, so that we can have a monster of a launch. Or, more importantly, I want to get to a position where I don't have to be doing too much of the content creation stuff because I've already done it all. That's my... So that when Dragonflight launches, I can be like, right, let's just play the game for a while now. That's my plan. Let's see how it works out, though. Okay, so 10 for all of those. That's fine. Wanted to thank you for the work. The cheat sheet's looking solid. Can't do my own research due to real-life time constraints, so it's super helpful going into the new expansion. You're very welcome. That's why I do it. That's why I do it. Choke of shielding. Right, let's see if these have changed much at all. 1 spark, 30 of those things. 1 diamond, 2 clasps, and 1 elemental harmony. Was it 1 or 2 clasps? 2 clasps, I think. These seem to have stayed the same. These don't look to have changed. Are these all the same? Wow. Both the necks. What's the difference between these then? Your spells and abilities have a chance to empower one of your socketed elementals, granting 429 of their associated stat for 12 seconds. Okay, they just have a different on-use ability. They're embellished from the word go, though. Are people going to want to use one of their 2 embellished slots for a neck? Maybe. Maybe. So lost on the goal-making strategy going into Dragonflight, feel that it's so different to normal. Once you get to grips with the basics, there's not... at face value, it does look like there's a lot of just new stuff. But the underlying... You know, the underlying rules of the game are still the same, right? It's still going to be, you got to gather materials, you got to craft things, and then you got to sell them. The basics are still exactly the same. There's just a couple more knobs and dials and stats and stuff to pay attention to this time. It's actually designed very, very cleverly in a way that will allow a much wider variety of people to actually make some gold with it, which I think's the key component here, is that it doesn't really matter how sweaty you are and how degenerate you go. You'll give yourself an advantage by doing that, but that advantage probably won't come at the expense of somebody else like it has in other expansions. Dito Masio for the tier 1, thank you very much, do appreciate it. And RoboClaw with the Prime Gaming, thank you both. Yeah, the reality of things is it's not all that different. It's really not too different at all. Okay, the rings have changed by the looks of things. Hang on. Ring-bound hourglass. I've been changing the wrong recipes. Oh, dog doo-doo. Ring-bound hourglass. 3 silken gem dust. Is that still a thing? Yes. Shimmering clasps for 2. A diamond for 1. And 1 elemental harmony. Yep. Okay. Signet of Titanic Insight. This one. 1 spark, 30 chaos, 2 clasps. Okay, this has changed. This now only uses 1 Emerald. 1 Emerald doesn't use any diamonds. Oh, hang on. Doesn't use any diamonds? Did the ring-bound hourglass use a diamond? It did. Why does that use a diamond and this doesn't? Okay, the ring... okay. Oh, Lord. Alright. This is why I have to check this stuff, you see. Signet of Titanic Insight. Right, 1 spark. 30 of these. 2 clasps. 2 clasps. 1 elemental harmony. 1 Emerald. 1 Emerald, okay. Right. Talk of past time. 130. 2 clasps. 2 clasps. 1 elemental harmony. And 1 malachite. Okay, only 1 malachite. I had 2 in my sheet. Oh, Lord. I wish there was a quicker way to do this, but unfortunately there isn't. Crimson Combatant Jeweled Amulet. 2 Rousing Ire. 1 Shimmering Clasp and 2 Mystic Doodahs. Yep, there we go. They're in. They've not changed. They've not changed. Band of New Beginnings. I'm gonna have to do this for every single pattern in the game. This is gonna take longer than I expected, isn't it? Band of New Beginnings. One. Hang on. Rousing Fire times 5. 1 Eternity's Amber. No, it's been changed to 2. And then 1 Clasp. We've got 1 Clasp in there. All this to try and get accurate crafting costs in the cheat sheet. Boy, oh boy. Pendant of Perils. 2. Okay, no, that's changed. Only 1 of those and 1 Clasp. Okay. Some pinata thing. There we go. Or pinata, not pinata. Pinata's the thing you hit with a stick, right? And it explodes into candies. Six Sundered Onyx, yes. 2 Silken Gem Dust, yes. 1 Awakened Ire, yes. 3 Shimmering Clasps, yes. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? I had these using Marks of Honor previously. That's not a thing. Maybe that was a typo. Narcissist Sculpture. 1 fire. Where's my 1 fire? There's my 1 fire. 2 glossy stone. 2 glossy stone, check. 1 vibrant emerald, yes. 1 silken gem dust, okay. That's changed. 1 silken gem dust, 1 clasp. Okay, that's good. Kalawak Figuree. Do you advise on gathering herbs or ore whilst questing or leveling, or just zoom to 70 and then farm later? There's no real reason to zoom to 70, to be honest. Yeah. There's very, very little benefits to zooming to 7. It depends on what you're doing. If you're farming, if all you plan to do is farm, then just get going, just do it. Farming's one of those things that you make more gold the more you do it. Pretty much everything else is a 5% optimization. The best way to make more gold by farming is to spend more time farming. Tammy Trader, welcome back. How are we doing? You've changed your name on Twitch as well. Or you've changed your name back, I should say. Welcome in. Welcome in. Back to the world of Warcrafts. Kalawak Figuree. Oh, this uses a fish. Haha, a fish. Okay. Don't know why I got so excited about a fish, but I did. A mackerel, a fish, and a stone. A mackerel, a fish, and a stone. Yeah, there we go. Statue of Tears Herald. Statue of Tears Herald. 1 glow... Oh, this is starting to use those glowing orb businesses. This might be where I need to add something into my sheet. I don't reckon glowing orbs are on my sheet, are they? No, they're not. Aha, okay. Now we need to make some changes. Insert 1 column to the right. Do this over here. Insert column to the right, glowing orb. Glowing orbs, are they going to have quality? I don't think they are. We're going to need to pull in the data for a glowing orb. So equals glowing Titan orb. Bingo. Let's give everything in this column some borders. To make it look neat and tidy. Then this goes to to BJ95. I'm such a child. You have to be a spreadsheet whiz doing this. This is very basic spreadsheet stuff. I don't do anything overly fancy. Honestly, I make it look neat and tidy, and I make it look pretty. There's lots of aesthetics here. There's not too much that goes on behind the scenes. Now, what was that recipe I was trying to change? Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on? No, back to Dawn crafting, please. Which one was it? Statue of Tears Herald. Statue of Tears Herald. I want my main to have 2 crafting professions, probably blacksmithing and leatherworking. Now I wonder if it's worth for me to go for skinning and mining whilst leveling and then swap afterwards. Or do you recommend straight up taking the professions I'd like to end up with and create an alt to gather with? Do gathering on alts. Gathering doesn't require... There's no point having gathering professions on mains. But at the same time, it's entirely up to you. There's no denying that you'll probably make a fair amount of gold whilst also leveling if you are picking things up as you go along. But it's entirely up to you. If you have... See, I usually go by the theory that if you've got enough gold to really properly do crafting professions, then you don't really need to pick up gathering professions in the first place. If you feel the need to go out there and gather to farm some gold initially because your bank balance is not fat enough, then maybe you should be doing a little bit more of that. I don't know. It's a really hard one to answer. It's not really a question that has a specific answer. You're not really gaining too much. You're not really losing too much. Doing a single day's worth of gathering whilst you level up is not gonna, you know, it's not gonna make you a millionaire. Brings the next question of how fat is fat enough. Well, this is it. It's kind of up to you. If you're only planning on playing 2 professions, if you're only planning on playing that one character, let's be real here. The reason most people look to do gold making is to be able to craft stuff and then hopefully quite quickly sell it. But what you need to be able to do is to be able to afford to level up your profession relatively quickly and to start crafting a bunch of stuff, and you have to absorb the cost of crafting all of that stuff to begin with. In past expansions, now I don't think my advice here changes all that much in Dragonflight. My past advice was always to farm up about 1 million gold. Once you have 1 million gold, it is at that point where you can quite comfortably dive into any of the professions. You can cover the cost of leveling them up comfortably. You can buy a whole bunch of materials to craft a whole bunch of stuff up front without having to worry too much about the cost. And more importantly, that is enough gold that gives you a bit of a buffer to make some mistakes. Because you always do. You'll always craft something and then you'll struggle to sell it for more than it cost you to craft. And you make mistakes along the way. And making mistakes is part of the process. But if you are making mistakes and those mistakes are, you know, super costly to you because your bank balance says 10k gold, you've got problems. So to alleviate those problems, farming up 1 million gold to begin with and then diving into crafting is usually my suggestion. But you know, that's just my suggestion. It could be entirely, it's entirely up to you what you choose to do. And there's lots of other factors at play, right? You know, if you just do goal making very much as a side activity whilst you're waiting for dungeon queues or something, then don't take it too seriously. Just pick up some gathering professions and go pick up some herbs or something. You'll do fine. You'll do fine. It's hard to go wrong at the start of an expansion, so don't worry about it too much. At the beginning of an expansion, everything's new, everything's shiny. It's not too much of a problem. Glossy stone, mystic sapphire. Okay. I've also realised that my sum product formulas are now going to be wrong. These formulas are going to be wrong because they're not going to take into consideration these all of a sudden. So I need to go right back to the beginning and I need to change this one. This needs to be one wider either way. To cover that. And it also needs to cover that. There we go. Then that needs to be dragged all the way. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Where did we get to? Where did we get to? Statue of Tears Herald. Statue of Tears Herald. Right. Red revitalizing summon or other. What do you pair with your jewel crafting on your main and why? I pair it with leatherworking. Not for any synergistic reasons, but my main is a hunter. So leatherworking, you know, back in the day where you had bind on pickup items and you couldn't trade them to other people, back in the day being a hunter and being a leatherworker made sense. And I've had jewel crafting just because it's been a money printer every single expansion ever. So pretty difficult to go wrong with jewel crafting, to be honest. Well, in fact, no, that's a massive stinky lie, actually. It's very easy to go wrong with jewel crafting. The thing that most people fail, the way that most people fail with jewel crafting is that they spend way too much on their ore. And then when they prospect it, they don't do enough things with all of the gems that they get. And so that they actually end up spending more gold than they make. And yeah, that's the wrong direction. But I'm a bit of a numbers guy, as you might be able to tell. So I enjoy working out prospecting rates and optimizing yields and all of this sort of silly stuff because I'm a bit of a geek. So right, 2 glossy stone, 1 queen's ruby, 1 gem dust. 1 clasp and 2. 1 clasp and 2 of those. Right, that's good. Right, jeweled amber whelpling. Oh, the pets. I forgot jewel crafting does pets. These are bind on pickup. I wonder if I put these in my list. I think I did put these in my list. Do you buy your leather or farm it? If you're doing crafting professions and you're farming your own materials, in my opinion, you're doing it wrong. If you're farming materials, you should be selling the materials. How's the easy way of describing this? When you farm a material, you have 2 options. You have sell it for whatever the current market price is, or if you can use it and add more profit on top of it, then fine. But if you can already make a profit from the market value of a material, then you should probably not have wasted your time farming it in the first place. You should have probably have just bought it, crafted it, and then sold it, and saved yourself the time of farming the materials. you've arguably wasted the time by farming them in the first place. That's a bit of a 110% optimization for most people, but the logic behind it is still pretty solid. Farming your own materials to then craft with is a mistake that a lot of people fall into, because they're like, oh well, you know, I make more gold that way. Well, you don't, because you're trading a huge amount of time, and you hit a glass ceiling very quickly. You this is what makes it so that some people end up constantly stuck in this cycle. You get stuck in that cycle of you can only seem to ever make so much gold, and you don't understand why people are making significantly more gold than you, because you're only able to craft and sell a certain amount of stuff. But when you then start to look at how you're actually doing that, and you realize that you're spending 5 hours farming materials to then craft a bunch of stuff with those materials to then go out and sell, when actually you could have done the entire process in 20 minutes if you just bought the materials, and it's the profit that you should be paying attention to. One cluster. I did put my nosderite clusters in this form. 50 of these glossy stones. Well, that's a significant change. 50 glossy stones. How many elemental harmonies? They've gone up to 2. Oh, wow. They've made these pets really quite expensive. They've really made these pets expensive. Still uses a single diamond. Now uses 2 nosderites instead. That's going to have jacked up the price of those a little bit. What about the emerald then? Is it the same all the way, just using slightly different? It does appear as if it is. 2 yes emeralds. 1 diamond. 1 elemental no, 2 elemental harmonies. 50 glossy stone. That's going to be a good sink actually for the glossy stone. This was something that I was wondering. There's like I was saying with jewel crafting, how the best way to take full advantage of jewel crafting is to use everything that you get when prospecting. We were having the problem that there was lots of like spare materials that we had no use for. I guess we're going to turn them into pets and sell them. That's right down my alley though. I'm happy about that. 50 of those, 2 elemental harmonies, 2 nelthorites, 1 of those, 1 of those. Rubies, 2 alexstrasites, 1 of those, 2 elemental harmonies, 50, 1 and 1. 1 glimmering, 1 jewel. Oh! Oh! Where's... hello? Where's the jeweled dragon heart gone? Where's jeweled dragon heart gone? Have they yoinked that? Is that what? Huh? Hello? Is that not a thing anymore? It's here. What's the point in this then? They've left the recipe in for jeweled dragon heart, but they've taken it away from... They've removed it as a reagent from making the pets. Well, that's dumb. That's pretty dumb. I suspect that that's probably just an oversight somewhere. What would you use? What would you use one of these for then? There's nothing. These are not used for anything. Jewel Dragon Heart's a marvelous though fragile gemstone. It can be cracked to reveal a small hoard of gems found across the Dragon Isles. But it takes... Eh? Okay, I need to It's a container now that you open, not a component that you use for making pets. Oh, okay. I mean, does it have a pot? Okay. Colour me intrigued. I'll look into that in a minute. I will pay attention to that in 1 minute. Is the jeweled sapphire whelpling? Where's it gone? Jeweled sapphire whelpling. 2 malagites? Yes, 2 malagites, 1 diamond, 2 elemental harmonies, 50 glossy stone, and then 1 cluster. Yeah, there we go. Okay, fine. Do higher item level zones have more elemental nodes or veins? Not that I'd spotted. They're kind of a little bit just random and all over the place. I would agree with that statement, with only one exception. I think it's okay to craft with mats farmed during leveling. No, it's still exactly the same. If you craft with them, you are still valuing them at exactly the same as what they're currently listed for on the auction house. So if you're adding more value to them, then sure, fine. But in most cases, people don't think like that. You're much, much better off. If you farmed something, sell it. You can always buy it back again at a later date if you need it. Did you see the Waycrest Manor Witchy Kitchen for rare pet? The Vengeful Chicken is up. Have you got it? There is loads of words in that I have no understanding of. Is there a rare pet we get from Waycrest Manor? Okay. If it's cageable, I probably have it. If it's something I need to go and get myself, I probably don't. Only thing with these is that the glimmering clusters come from the one-time treasures. I've found these in other ways. They're treasures that are not strictly one-time treasures as well. These do respawn. You can acquire multiple of these. I've had more than one of them on single characters. I can't remember the exact ins and outs of these, but the clusters can be acquired multiple times. You just got to know where they are. It's going to be a handy notes job for sure. Right, Convergent Prism. Oh, this is another one that's going to use our glowing orbs. Look, so it was useful to add it to the sheet. 1 glowing orb, 1 diamond, 1 projection prism, 1 elemental harmony. Oh, it's projection prism. I bet that's another thing that's not on my list, is it? Oh no, it is on my list. Beautiful. Projection prism and 1 of those. Right, jeweled offering. This is going to take me a long ass time, you know, if I'm doing this for all of the professions. I didn't quite contemplate how long it was going to take me to do this, because I theoretically need to do this 8 times over. I need to cut this down to like 20 minutes of profession, don't I? I need to power this. Maybe doing this on stream was not the most sensible idea. It's going to take me 4 times longer than needed. Jeweled offering. 75 thingamabobs. Let's... I tell you what, I'm very tempted to take a different... Okay, it's a bit late now. Jeweled offering. 75 contoured foul feathers. Does it use an alexstrasite? It still uses an alexstrasite. Does it use 15 silken gem dust? It still does. $150 contoured. No, it's been changed to 75 contoured now. 2 tufts of primal wool. What the hell are those? That's another reagent for my cheat sheet. Genius, brilliant, excellent. Just what I was hoping I wouldn't need to do. Tuft of primal wool. Okay, so we can do this flipping process again. Tuft of primal wool. You know what? I'm going to add a couple of bonus columns. Just so that I then don't have to do the whole flipping thing every time. Couple of bonus columns. This can be dragged over there. Equals tuft of primal wool. Let's then adjust this again. This needs to be the grand total of all of this shenanigans as well. BN. Let's make sure we remember to drag that down to everything. And then let's give these some formatting. All right, there we go. Where did we get to? Where did we get to? We were looking at what? Jeweled offering. Jeweled offering. Oh yeah, these two tufty doodahs. Didn't know I wasn't following. Don't think I've caught your live stream before. Happy Turkey Day. Is it Turkey Day? What's Turkey Day about? What's Turkey Day? Is it that time of the year already? I'm not from Team NA, so I forget about these things. But happy Turkey Day all the same then. Was Jewel Crafting able to add sockets to other people's gear? Yes, there's a specific item to do just that. You have, where's it gone? Tiered medallion setting. This will allow you to add a socket to a dragonflight necklace. You can have up to 3 of them, and then the quality of this item determines how many sockets it can add. Thanksgiving for NA, the day of food and no regrets, beside the laws coming to visit. Yeah, that's never something you want, is it? Right, jeweled offering, we've done. Projection, prism. 7 pieces of glass. Okay, this recipe's changed. 7 pieces of glass, 1 silken gem dust, and 1 frameless lens. I've got 1 frameless lens in there already. Good. Also, only a month till Christmas now. That's scary. I bought my first Christmas present yesterday. I'm so desperately behind when it comes to Christmas stuff this year. Usually, I'm pretty organised about it. Usually, I've got it all sorted. But I think this year, due to the fact that there's an expansion launch and I'm going to be playing video games all day, I might delegate Christmas to the wife to deal with this year. Mrs. Manthias can do a good job of that. Give her the credit card and send her on her way. Rhinestone sunglasses. Are you allowed to say things like that nowadays? I don't know. Two emeralds, 1 diamond. 2 frameless lenses. And 1 elemental harmony. 1 elemental harmony. 2 frameless lenses. There we go. Probably done 80% of your Christmas shopping. Damn. That's efficiency. That's the level of efficiency that I would like to have, but I don't possess. Split lenses, Nelthorite, frameless lens. Nelthorite, frameless lens, elemental harmony. Oh, okay, that's now only 1 frameless lens. God damn, Blizzard, randomly changing numbers in subtle ways. Hoping I don't notice. Right, now onto the profession gear. Alexstrasite loops. Or loopers, as I like to call them, but it triggers people. 225 artisan's metal. 2 vibrant shards. Where's the vibrant shards here? 2 vibrant shards. 2 frameless lenses. 5 clasps. And 2 Alexstrasite. Good, they've not changed that recipe at least. Fine print trifocals. What's your prediction on the England-USA game? I'm going to be honest with you. I have not given a single damn about this World Cup so far. And until England get into the final, I probably won't. Yeah, we play the USA tomorrow, don't we? I mean, we should absolutely smash them, right? Surely? Why would we not beat USA at football? Why would we not be doing that? You know, they call football that game that they pick up with their hands. You know, they've got it all wrong from the beginning, right? Surely. 225 metal, 2 vibrant shards, 2 nosderite, 2 lenses, and 5 clasps. Right, that stayed the same. Good. Magnificent margin magnifier. 225 metal. 2 frameless lenses. 4 nosderites. 2 clasps. That stayed the same. And then resonant focus. Oh! Oh, crystals. Expensive. The ball's not even round. Who makes a ball that's not round, really? Honestly. Although saying that, you know, rugby's a thing, so I can't play that card too aggressively. Because England are also reasonably good at rugby, so I got to give them a pass. Resonant focus, 225 artisan's metal, 2 resonant crystals. That's going to get expensive pretty quickly. 2 shimmering clasps. 2 crystals, 2 shards, yep. Bold bifocals. These are now some of the basic bits of gear. 2 frameless lenses and 2 ceravite ore. Nice and cheap. Nice and cheap. 2 ceravite, 2 chromatic focus. 4 dust and a clasp. 3 draconium ore. Okay, well they've upped that from 2 to 3 now apparently. And 1 lens. And a sundered onyx loop. Sundered onyx loop. We're nearly there with jewel crafting. Sundered onyx loop. 1. Okay, they've changed this recipe as well. 1 of those. 2 ceravite ore and 2 lenses. 2 ceravite ore and 2 lenses. They've kept that the same. Fine. Right, these stupid dragon hearts that I need to test in a minute, you know, because they've clearly changed these. 2 Eternity's Amber, 1 of everything else, and then 3 dust. No other components go into those? No, good. Not as good as South Africa in rugby. Quite probably. Quite probable. 2 vibrant emeralds, 3 fractured glass, 1 silken gem dust. That's the same. Which means these are the same, just with a different gem every time. Apart from the Time Watcher's Patience that uses 4 of them. Beautiful. Okay, that's some sanity control on jewel crafting then. Woof, that took me a lot longer than I wanted it to. I need to optimize that process. But at least now it means that we have a jewel crafting cost sheet that does its thing. It works. It's going to give you a per button press crafting cost. Now, obviously, if it makes things like draconic vials, you actually make 5 of them at a time. So you're going to have to be slightly aware of that. Crafting costs will dynamically change if material prices or quantities change. Okay. This is also a per button press cost. People are never going to read that, but what are you going to do? At least I've done my due diligence to let people aware. I've done no homework towards professions, not done anything with professions since Cataclysm. I'm going to main a evoker. I've decided to let you pick my 2 professions, all decisions on you. First aid and probably archaeology. Sacco already got there. You're way ahead of me. Okay, C called it. Honestly, I would imagine if you've not played since Cataclysm, your bank account of gold is probably not too deep. I would suggest picking up some gathering professions to begin with. It's impossible to go wrong with gathering professions to begin with. Although I would probably suggest putting those on an alt. On your main character, you probably want to pick 2 crafting professions. 2 crafting professions that will be greedy about it. Pick 2 professions that benefit you. You know, if you're going for evoker, so you're going to wear male gear, it makes a lot of sense for you to pick up leatherworking, so you can craft some of your own kit. Then something to go along with leatherworking that either is just fun for you to play with or is a profession that interests you. Honestly, the choice of professions doesn't make a huge difference. What makes more difference is that you enjoy playing them and that they give you some sort of benefit personally. I would usually suggest that people pick up something that they find fun. You know, just like the class that you play, pick up something that you find fun, because you're more likely to have success with it if it's not a chore. So right, that though I think is jewel crafting done. Last updated. What's the date today? The date today is not the 30th of the 10th anymore, is it? It's the 24th of the 11th. And Team NA, this is how you write a date, by the way. Just saying. 24th day in the 11th month in the 22nd year. Don't be getting these backwards, you crazy, crazy people. Okay, so that's at least one. That's at least one of the professions sorted. This data entry takes a lot longer than it realistically should do, but at least it's there. That now means that for jewel crafting, on the jewel crafting sheet, we can do some fancy stuff and do some calculations if we need to be. We have all the patterns and locations. I'm not going to sanity check these because this information's actually in game for you anyway. This isn't this was the patterns and locations was a nice thing to have before everybody had access to beta and before the game goes live. As soon as the game goes live, you can find practically all of this in game anyway. So this column doesn't really matter too much. We got some spec builds for jewel crafting, depending on which route you want to go. If you want to be a professional gem cutter, or you want to be the prospector that prospects everything at high quality, or you want to be the jeweler, the guy that makes all the rings and necklaces. There's a few different builds for you to take a look at there. Some of them have got video guides already, which should still be relatively up to date. Right, jewel crafting I think is basically done.
Both, I hope.
Shin, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Just realised Mantheus can't spell. I can't spell. Cheat sheet. Okay. Yeah, I can't spell. I have brain dyslexia. I don't think I do, but that's what I claim. There we go. It's updated. I think. Right. Okay. Jewel crafting's done. Do I, before we move too far, considering we have jewel crafting right here, do I do a quick cheeky little alright, we will do it on this character. Do we do a quick cheeky little prospecting test just to see if anything has substantially changed with the prospecting rates? Let's take 500 of each gem. Yeah, okay, let's go 500 of that. No, it's not mathematical until we do 1,000, is it? Prospect that. Let's do this with 0 spec. 0 spec. Go. See what we get. See what this returns. See if this is going to be any different to what we've had previously. Anybody find what's the best way to farm Awakened Order? Awakened Order is pretty much a herbalism and mining thing for the most part. You're hunting down the Titan touched nodes and you're trying to overload the Titan touched nodes. In fact, you don't strictly even need to overload them. But from what I can fathom, Awakened Order is one that is not mob grindable. I have not found any mobs that are grindable for Awakened Order. Somebody might correct me on that, but you can mob grind all of the other ones, but you can't mob grind Awakened Order. It has to come through herbalism and mining, which will probably mean it ends up being substantially more expensive than the other ones. But it could also then be aggressively farmed to bring it back down in line with the price of the others. We don't know. We'll find out eventually. No mob grind, but there is the skinning bait too. Okay, yeah. It's still something that you're going to have to gather specifically. You can't just, you know, passively go out and kill things to gather it. Let's put these in the right order. We need purps, yellows. We go purple, we go yellow, we go green, purple, yellow, green, red, blue. Is the order I've got my cheat sheet in anyway. Then we do the same for the gems, for the rare gems. This is only Ceravite, so I'm not expecting to get anything too fancy from this. This is our baseline results. The absolute worst case scenario, when you've got no jewel crafting skill yet, you've not specced into it, and you're only churning through the most basic of basic ores. What should we expect to see? These results look pretty consistent to what we've had before, although the actual the crumbled stone seems to be slightly higher than usual, but we'll see. I don't understand the treat. I have to spec into them to learn the +1 inscription book. Then I need to get lucky to discover books for other specs. Yeah, it's a discovery system. As and when you craft any one of those books, there's the chance of learning the book for another profession. You'll probably be trying to fill work orders for them. That will be your aim. So you won't strictly be trying to craft multiple of them for your own personal use, although you as a scribe will still obviously need to use them to get your knowledge point each week. But it'll be, you'll look to fill work orders for them. Other people will be putting in work orders and requesting you to craft for them. So that will be where you'll probably quite quickly, if you are a scribe, it's probably likely that you'll try and fill a bunch of work orders for those things, and by proxy of filling those work orders, you'll hopefully learn the other professions and be able to fill work orders on those then. Well, every single player who cares about their crafting professions in the entire game is going to want one of those books from a scribe every week. So there's going to be a very steady demand for those things. Once me prospecting is done, I'll show you in a little bit of detail, but there'll be a steady demand for those. You're not just selling them strictly to other scribes. You'll be selling them to everybody. But the only way you can sell them is via the work order system because they're bind on pickup. Were any more epic quality tools ever found behind the blacksmithing one? No, not so far. I suspect that that's going to be something that they'll add in later patches in the expansion, is my guess. Have you decided if you're going to move to a full pop realm? Yeah, I just need to flip a coin. I don't know if I'm going to go to Taran Mill or Draenor. I do just need to do that, though. I should probably do that, so I don't act... Yeah, the last thing I need is to get my character stuck in a queue or something, and it takes 48 hours, and then I miss the launch. That'd be tragic, wouldn't it? Just don't come Twisting Nether. Unfortunately, Twisting Nether's not on my list. It's Taran Mill or it's Draenor. It's more and more looking like probably Draenor, but honestly, it doesn't make a huge difference. They're both monstrously big servers. Draenor have huge problems last release. It's because they're the biggest server in the EU. I know full well that moving to a big server is pretty risky in terms of like queues and whatever, but it's a problem that only lasts a few days, and is also a problem that I can kind of I can power through anyway, on the basis that, you know, I do this for a living. If I need to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to jump in a queue, then well, that's just what I need to do. Oh, we got a diamond. We got a diamond. What the flipping hell are we doing getting diamonds? We're not supposed to be getting these off flipping Ceravite ore. Lord. Okay. If you go Draenor, there's a big chance you'll be stuck at queue at launch. Well, not if I just don't log out for 48 hours. And don't log out, you know, 12 hours before the game goes live. If you don't log out, you don't have to log in. Simple science. Never log out, never need to log in. Right, there we go. Do these results play true with what we've had previously? Let's have a little look. Let's input some data and find out. Let's do the numbers. Right, so we prospected 1,000 ore. How many of everything did we get? We got 27 of those. We got 98 of those. Lord have mercy, that's a lot of Eternity's Amber. 34 greens. 23 of those. These are all within margin for error. 25 of those. Nelthorites, we got 3. Nosderites, we got 19. Semirals, we got 5. Alexstrasites, we got 0. We got 5 Malagites. 1 diamond. First time we've had a diamond from prospecting Ceravite ore. And we got how much crumbled stone? 290. They've definitely jacked up the amount of crumbled stone you get. 177. Although that could be because I got less fractured glass this time around. And these calicite cluster things, they've got rid of those. Good. Okay, so they've clearly made some changes. I wonder then if they have made some changes to how prospecting works, that actually invalidates all of this data. Do I delete that data just yet, knowing that it might not be that invalidate? Newer data's better, right? Newer data's better. Copy this, paste that, delete this. We can also then technically get rid of this because they don't exist anymore. That's just going to confuse people. Okay, that's not a lot of data, but it's recent data. What did I say? 24th over the 11th. Okay, let's do the same for Draconium then. That probably means that the data's all wrong on this as well, but that's not a problem. I was going to show you the crafting orders, wasn't I? When you go and try and place a crafting order, what most players will be doing is they will be going to... Oh, Lord, where actually are they? What are they considered as? Is it an item enhancement? Miscellaneous? Where are they? Oh, they're considered some miscellaneous thing. Okay, so I'm a jewel crafter, right? I would go and I would try and place an order for one of these. That would require me to... If I just do a public order, for example, it would require me to provide all of these materials. Which is, in some scenarios, easier said than done, right? Because me as a jewel crafter doesn't have access to most of this stuff. Glimmering Parchment's a vendor reagent. I can go buy that from a vendor. Awakened Fire, I can farm for. I might have some, or alternative. You know, the reality is that all of these components, I'm probably going to turn straight to the auction house to buy them. But then I'd put through this order. Then I would, you know, offer a commission up. Or whatever, and then you as a scribe could then come along and you could fill this order for me if you knew how to make this one in the first place. Now, you as a scribe, if you did know the jewel crafting one, by filling this order, there'd be a chance that you would then learn the recipe for another one as well. So that's how the system's going to work. If, for example, you're a scribe that for some reason has lots of spare artisan's metal and is willing to sell them, I could send you a personal order. I could supply these materials and you supply the artisan's metal, but then I pay you handsomely for that, you know, that luxury. So you got some choices there.
Alone light your path. Greetings, traveler.
Well, spit it out. Hurry back.
Alright, let's get Draconium on the go. Just realised the 384 crafted gear is also a transmog set. Looks pretty good. Yeah, this is true. This is something that obviously we don't really consider in too much detail just yet, but there will be players that across the span of the expansion will probably try and, you know, craft a piece of gear to make that set as well. This is something that we always hoped with Legos in Shadowlands, but it never really happened. We were kind of always hoping that people might buy a whole set of them just for the appearance. But they didn't. They didn't. Which was, to be fair, probably a good thing, because Legos were already mad level expensive, and people didn't want to buy the damn things to start with, so it's probably a better solution that they didn't make the Legos have any transmog appearance. Purple, orange, green, red, and then blue. Red and then blue. A diamond already, look. Crumbled stone, glass. Right, let's let that do its thing. That's going to take a couple of minutes to finish prospecting. I'm going to go grab a drink quickly, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Do we know where the lariat recipe is from? You can look all of this up in retail right now. You can there's a short little video that I posted the other day about being able to view all of this profession info in game. If you link yourself, your profession... In fact, let me just give you the video, because you can find all of this really easily. Where is it? It's literally a 1-minute video, so you can't complain. It's going to take you ages to watch it. Here we go. Have a watch of this one. This shows you how to view all of the Dragonflight profession information. You don't need the beta. You can do it all on live. Have a little look at that. I'll be relatively casual this expansion. Will focus most of my time on Mythic Plus and Professions. Want to have 2 to 3 characters. Do you recommend my main to have mine? No, 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 no. Do not put gatherings on main characters. You want gathering on alts. You really, really want gathering on alts. The main reason you want gathering on alts is because gathering doesn't have any reputation requirements, whereas crafting professions have pretty heavy reputation requirements. Now, the logic here is that your main character is probably going to have a lot more reputation than an alt would do. So you want to try and keep your characters that are going to have reputation with crafting professions, and you can level that druid or that evoker alt and give them herbalism and mining and log on to them as and when you want to do some farming. And any mats that you farm, sell them. Put them on the auction house and sell them. Don't be saving materials. You're better off when you farm the materials selling them straight away. Materials are going to be on a region-wide auction house. I guarantee within about 3.5 minutes of you listing your materials, they'll have all sold, and then you're just waiting 60 minutes to collect the gold from your mailbox. You can always use that gold to buy those materials back again in the future if you need them. Googled it and Wowhead said from the instructor. Yeah, Wowhead is so unbelievably behind with their data, unfortunately. I have a feeling that Blizzard have changed something significant enough that's made it difficult for these websites to scrape all of the information that they usually do. Because Wowhead has been just like so out of date. Like I don't know what's going on, but their database for information is just all over the place. It's really not reliable at all. It's made it very difficult for anybody that doesn't have access to the beta, because people have learnt to rely on these external sources like Wowhead, and when they become unreliable, it's challenging. I understand. Right, let's jot down what we got here material-wise then from this. So we prospected 1,000. So the likelihood is we should get, if nothing is changed, we should have double the numbers. 130 of those, Lord. They've definitely tweaked the rates on these. 49, that's definitely more than double. Queen's Rubies, 51, that's not quite more than double. So I guess there's the rule of averages there somewhere. Nelthorites 18, that's basically double. 45, that's near enough double. Yeah, okay. Maybe they haven't changed Draconium too much. We did get 4 diamonds though. We did get 4 diamonds. 288 on the crumbles. And 177 on the glass. And these calcite clusters don't exist anymore, which is good. Okay. It's been enough time since this data was done that I'm going to delete that and I'm going to move that over. That's more up-to-date data. Sold some augment runes? Oh my lord, how did you manage that? How in the world did you manage that? Like 100 of them? Who's using 100 augment runes in the next few days? Lord. This is why you can never 100% try and use logic when it comes to goblineering. People will buy any old trash. And usually for reasons that we will never understand. Leveling prep 100%. I mean, maybe. Somebody's tried to reset Blood Feasters to 105k. I mean, investing in mounts nowadays is not a terrible idea. You know, people are desperate for that cheddar, and people are selling things remarkably cheap. In the next 3 or 4 months, you tend to find at the start of an expansion, people's focus completely switches. Everybody will be focusing on everything that's new, and all of the old stuff will slowly rise in price because less people are posting it and less people are thinking about it. Right, we now need to do the same again. The same again for Casgarite. Now we've tracked that, we can get rid of these. And we can prospect this Casgarite. Go. When you gather knowledge, is the knowledge profession specific, or will you have to decide both? When you gain regular knowledge points, it is profession specific. But there is an item called a Dragon Shard of Knowledge, which can be looted from things like treasures, for example. These Dragon Shards of Knowledge, you have to take them to an NPC to convert them into actual knowledge. When you take them to the NPC, then you get to choose of which profession you'd like that knowledge point for. The Dragon Shards of Knowledge also are a really good source for artisans metal as well. So you'll want to go and, you know, use them. So yeah, a bit of both. Purple, orange, green, red, blue. Is there a limit to the dragon knowledge? We believe so. You can get 4 via some one-time quests, which will be enough for a few knowledge points and about 100 artisans metal. You also can. It seems like they might be on a bit of a Legion legendary type system, that you can probably get them by doing pretty much anything in the game, but there's a limit to how many of them that you can get per week. We suspect that you probably can't get more than about 3 of them a week. But it's been pretty tricky to try and figure out exactly how you can sort of target to get them. This Casgarite's looking very juicy. Prospecting this stuff could be fun. I mean, look at those diamonds. Look at all them chickens. Betas seem like quite the advantage for those with access, familiarity with the crafting system, mechanics in M+, zone familiarity for leveling. There's no denying it is definitely an advantage. But I think it's an advantage that is equally justified. You know, if you're spending... I mean, I've probably... I haven't got the exact numbers, obviously, but I have a suspicion I've probably put in over 200 hours on the beta already. Knowing full well that nothing I do on the beta is permanent. It's all going to, you know, get deleted and put in the bin and going to be fully reset once the game actually goes live. Plus, I have the downside of that I have to trudge through, you know, all of the bugs and issues and, you know, things changing on you without knowledge. You've got no guides to go with. You're completely blind with everything. Everything you do is laborious and slow and broken, and you have to put a lot of effort into to find this information out. A lot of people seem to have the assumption that the beta is just the game and that you just get to play the game early, and it's really not. If you do try and utilize the beta to squeeze an advantage out, you do gain an advantage, but you have to put a lot of effort into getting that advantage in the first place. Sure, it's a little bit unfair that some people have access to it and some people don't, but I do still think the amount of time and effort that you have to put in to get that advantage, you know, makes it justifiable. Are there still some profession benefits for Dragonflight, e.g. wormhole and flasks lasting double time? The wormhole is still a thing, but it's practically not needed. You can get from one side of the Dragon Isles to the other on your dragon flying mount pretty quickly, pretty effectively. Sure, it's not as quick as pressing a button, but at least this time round you're not having to fly through flipping Oribos every time. So the benefit of the wormhole is a bit diminished. Flasks lasting double time is something that you can spec into as an alchemist. You don't get it by default. There's still the usual stuff though, that, you know, like tailors get bonus cloth drops and stuff like this. It's mostly the same. You know, this is the thing. The Dragon Isles changes, they look as if they've radically changed things, but the reality is that the core foundation of the game is pretty much exactly the same as what it always has been. They haven't reinvented the wheel. They've tweaked and changed a few things, and of course, when it's all new, it might look a little bit confusing, but the fog fades pretty quickly, and you realise that it's still the same old World of Warcraft that we know and love. It's just a few tweaks here and there. There's so many content creators these days that chances are somebody will share their findings, which levels out the playing field. Yeah, this is very true. This is very true. Now that there's a select handful of people that are able to do this and consider it a full-time gig, it does mean that the quality of content out there generally is pretty good if you go looking for it. I'm not trying to toot my own horn on this one, but generally speaking, the beta footage, the content that's put out there, there's some good content creators out there for sure nowadays. That information is readily accessible. I was thinking about this a little bit yesterday, actually, because I was kind of trying to... to put it simply, I feel as if I've been, like, grinding. I feel as if I've been grinding hard to get information out there to people, to get the content that they might, to get them the information that they might need to provide them some information, some entertainment in the run up to the expansion. And in some scenarios, I keep coming across the same questions, and it frustrates me every single day that I don't have a good answer for them. But I realised that what most people want is they just want to be given the answer to something. But the problem is if you just give somebody the answer to something, then everybody can have that same answer. What people are actually looking for is they're looking for you to give them an advantage, which you can't do whatever the content that you put out there. You can tell people the information, but there is still the ownership on them to do something with that information. For example, lots of people have been questioning day in, day out about, you know, knowledge points. Is there a definitive guide? Is there a 100% guaranteed list of all of the knowledge sources? How can I absolutely 100% min-max my professions in the first week? Is there a guide for this sort of stuff? And my answer's always been, no, I don't have that. But I think to be able to min-max something, you have to do nothing but that. I try and spin too many plates, I think. And I think that's something I need to work on going forward. To maybe sort of focus a little bit more. I mean, creating this damn thing. Creating this thing, for example, the cheat sheet, is me trying to spin 12 different plates and keeping them all spinning. This was something that ended up being way more than I expected it to be. Way more than I expected it to be. On top of me trying to create video content on the regular and streaming at the same time as well. It's meant that min-max sort of mindset I've not been able to do. I just don't have enough hours in the day or time that I can dedicate to this game to do the min-max stuff as well. This is where you'll find this is how small content creators can make their break, though. If you become very well known at doing one specific thing incredibly well, you can carve out your piece of the pie. I try to spin too many plates though, which is clearly a problem. If you'd only focus on one topic / progression, you would not cater to as many players as you currently do. Well, yeah, see, this is it, right? This is why I've been quite keen in the last few months to like promote the Discord quite a lot. And I'm really happy to see the amount of people that chip in and engage with the conversations over in Discord. It takes a lot of the weight off my shoulders. When I first made the Discord, my biggest concern was that it would hoover up all of my time and all my effort. You know, just answering people's questions all day on Discord. But now there's a huge community of people out there that if somebody asks a question, that they're not strictly relying on me to, you know, dive in and answer it. There are many people in the Discord that are far smarter than I am in the first place, who will not only jump in and answer those questions quite willingly, but then it sparks a bit of a discussion and a conversation, and everybody learns from it, which is quite nice. Right, let's jot down this data then. We've got some Kazgarite results. Kazgarite, we did 1,000 last time. Our previous data was 1,000, so this should be quite easy to see if there's any significant differences. 26, 82, 31, 33, 33 again. These seem to be pretty similar. 34 of those, 57 of those, 43, 30, and 42. Yeah, these numbers seem to be about the same, and exactly the same amount of diamonds. Okay, so they've clearly not changed Kazgarite in any way. Not by the looks of things anyway. 279 of those. Fractured glass, 176. And they've got rid of these silly Calicite clusters. Good. Wrong entry there. Oh lord, on what? 43 instead of 34. Purple. Aha. Thanks. Glad somebody's paying attention. Thank you, thank you. Keep doing the cheat sheet and TSM groups and such. There, but providing value to the viewers and in turn providing me value. Yeah, that's the path I'm taking for the most part. I'm working. See, lots of people turn around and tell me that they end up using my stream or my video content as like background noise, which you know could easily be taken wrong. But I think it's a big compliment that people are willing to listen to me rabbit on in the background about something. Okay, let's put a date on this as well of when this was last done. The question is how much is this going to change when we do the prospecting spec side of things? This is where I need to make a decision. Because dual crafting is my main profession, right? I need to make a decision. Am I going to go full prospecting spec? Or more importantly, is the difference between non-prospecting spec and prospecting spec worth enough to spend 25 of my very limited early knowledge points on being the better prospector? The long-term answer is yes, I absolutely should do it. But it depends just how filthy, sweaty, degenerate I want to take my professions. Which realistically is not going to be that sweaty or degenerate, since I'm not going to be doing any form of shuffling. I'm certainly not going to be fishing for artisan's metal, which puts me, you know, one step behind to begin with. Does make you feel a bit like having two of the same profession could be an advantage in the first months. It's at face value that sounds like a good idea. It's another one of these good ideas on paper, but maybe not the best of an idea overall. And the reason that is because the more spec points you spend, there's lots of spec points that you can spend that rises your ability to do multiple things. It's much better of a... let me put it this way. The system is actually designed for you to have to make this choice. If you try and do funky things like leveling up 2 characters so that you don't have to make a choice, what you're ultimately doing is costing yourself twice as much time investment on twice as many characters just because you didn't make a choice. The easier thing to do and the more sensible thing to do is to take the system for what it was designed for and how it's, how it's meant to be played, and just make that choice. And then stick with that choice. Use that other character for 2 separate professions. Make a choice on that character to do different things. And, I've not been a fan. It's a very common thing to... lots of people have thought about this. And I know for a fact there'll be people out there that will just have 5 blacksmiths so that they can craft every single weapon. They'll put all of their eggs in one massive great big blacksmithing basket and just hope that the basket doesn't fall. But I tend to go a little bit... I like to spread my wings. I've always suggested people be in multiple markets anyway. So, if you have to make a decision, the game is designed in a way that pushes you to make that decision. Just choose. Like, either, the advantage you'll gain one advantage at the cost of something else, slightly, sure, but eventually it'll all balance out anyway. I think you screw yourself over later in the expansion though, right? This is also what I think. I think, like, if you decide to level up 5 blacksmiths to try and do a little bit of everything, at the beginning of the expansion, sure, that might give you a slight advantage at the beginning that you just didn't have to make that choice to start with. But then you're right, like 3 or 4 months down the line, when you've got 4 blacksmiths that all do exactly the same as each other, and you're very quickly going to feel like, well, I don't need these 3 blacksmiths now. Well, how about I drop these 3 bonus blacksmiths and pick up some other professions? Oh shit, now I'm 3 months behind on all of these other professions. I've got 1 good blacksmith, but now I've shot myself in the foot for the rest of the expansion. Because of how the system works. You know, you have to play the system that's presented to you. The system is designed that you cannot possibly do everything at the beginning. If you put in enough effort with each profession, you will eventually be able to do everything. You can put spec points in over time. There's between 500 and 800 spec points for each of the professions. If you have each of those professions available to you, and you continuously work with them, you will eventually put yourself in a position where you have not just one good, fully spec'd out character with their professions, but multiple. And you'll be able to do a little bit of everything. I guess it's simple. Yes, you can gain an advantage by having professions multiple times, but that is a heavy min-max strategy that requires a lot of effort. Everybody needs to make this choice for themselves, but if you want to put in that much effort to goal making, ask yourself the questions first. Yeah, very true. How long do you think it will take to fully max out all in a profession? 6 months, I guess. About 6 months, I'd suspect. I would not be too surprised if by the time 10.1 rolls round, people are getting close. Or at least close enough that they start to care a lot less about finishing that, you know, every last node in the tree. As it will start to matter a lot less. You know, you have the spec trees. There are certain areas that are very key for you to spend points in. Let me see if I can... let me just unlock them real quickly. There are certain key areas of the spec trees which is something that you'll want to put points in quite quickly. But then there's little side quests almost that if you put points into them, great. But if you don't have them, you really don't care all that much. Like, you might not feel obliged to, like, fully max out everything. But there'll come a point where you've got points in, you know, like for jewelry, for example, Jeweler's Toolset Mastery. It doesn't matter what direction you go in as a jewel crafter. You're going to want to put 30 points into this, and you're going to want to put 30 points into this quite quickly. Because not only does it give you skill points just generally for anything that you craft, it also gives you bonus skill points the more points you put into it. So this is like literally one of the most optimal nodes in the entire jewel crafting spec trees. But of course, if you're going settings because you're trying to make the best quality rings, you're probably going to put all of your points to begin with in this sort of direction. Then maybe put points in here because it's optimal. But then once you've done that, you're kind of like at a point, well, sure, the tree's not full, but maybe I'll throw a few points into prospecting now, get my prospecting skill up a touch, and maybe I'll start unlocking some of the gem cuts that I don't have. You know, the optimization is super aggressive at the beginning, but it fades the more that you spend points in it. Blizzard have said in a number of interviews that you'll only see the best crafters filling out the whole profession trees by the end of the expansion. Well, it's a simple numbers game. It's a simple numbers game. We know roughly how much knowledge you can acquire per week. So it's a simple numbers game, right? Like, the most of the professions have between 500 to 800 knowledge points that are needed to fully kit them out. So if you are able to... You get front-loaded with quite a lot of knowledge because of first-time craft bonuses. So let's say you get 50 first-time craft bonuses. That's 50 knowledge points. You're getting roughly 15 to 20 knowledge points a week. This is rough numbers. This is not exact numbers, but we only need to work with rough numbers here. So let's say you get 20 knowledge points a week because it makes the maths easier. Every 5 weeks, or a little over, it takes you a little over a month to get 100 knowledge points, and your entire spec tree has 5 to 800 knowledge points, with a front-loaded bonus 150-ish knowledge points. So you're looking at roughly 6 months. If you do everything and you're consistent with doing everything, it could take you 6 months to fill the tree out, roughly. Obviously, like I said, though, most people don't live in that truly fully optimal world, which means it will take some people, you know, people will only be 100% min-max sweaty about it for the first couple of weeks or maybe the first couple of months. Then, you know, people will get a little bit lazy and might not, maybe they'll miss a week of quests or something, or they take a break from the game or something like that. So, yeah. Now, obviously, this isn't to say that they don't add more to the spec trees at a later date. They're clearly going to have to do something. If it takes people 6 months to max out the spec tree, we already know that in patch 10.1, 10.2, if there's a 10.3, then we might start to see more stuff for the professions. One of the obvious things to come is obviously maybe an additional spec tree, or maybe further nodes down the spec tree, or who knows what they'll do. But do you know if working orders are cross-faction? Yes, they are. Yeah. The personal order system is going to be fully cross-faction. If you're trying to put in a personal order, though, this is where there might be some complications. I've not actually tested that, to be honest, but public orders are cross-faction, I know that for sure. My biggest worry is the profession gear. I really want to have them as soon as possible, but they seem to be heavily time-gated, especially for 2 professions. It doesn't make a huge difference. It's not the end of the world if you don't end up with the top quality stuff in here. You will eventually. Like, this is the thing, right? There's just levels to this. If you are 110% min-max sweaty degenerate playstyle, you'll do everything in your power to get them first. Because, you know, being first is best. But to most people, it won't make that much of a difference if you're a week behind on your profession tools. You know, it's super easy to, and this is always the thing, right? It's super easy to try and min-max like your life depends on it at the beginning. But 90% of people, most people, don't keep that mentality up for very long. Not when they realise that they're going to need to be grinding reputations for weeks on end, and oh god. Right, anyway, I think I'm pretty much done with jewel crafting for now. I don't think there's too much more I need for this. I just wanted to clarify, you know, that the prospecting is not too different to what I expected it to be, and it's not, which is good. I need to now take a little bit of a look at start taking a little bit of a look at the next profession, which is inscription. Oh, we've got a full blank sheet to work with for inscription. Lovely stuff. Oh, I forgot. There's all of these flipping Drake transmogs. Okay, time to go data entry heavy. I'm actually going to move you guys. I'm going to move you guys over here. Because I'm going to need this full screen over here, I reckon. Right. Inscription. Give me another profession.
Just the thing.
Inscription. I hope they fixed milling. Oh, what? Hang on. Is milling broken? Was milling broken?
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Right. Pattern time. Cosmic ink. What does she need then? Let's start jotting some of this down. 1 iridescent water. 1 iridescent water, 1 frost. One serene ink. Pigments, 1 serene ink, 2 burnished inks, and 1 ruined rife bark. Ah, I can't see half of where the materials are. There they are. Okay. So for those that are interested, what I'm doing is I'm just in full-on hardcore data entry mode at the moment, which is a bit gross, but it's something that just needs doing. So what I'm doing is I'm putting in the material requirements for each one, and the spreadsheet is set up in a way that it automatically calculates the crafting cost. It takes the prices it pulls the prices originally from the global material sheet. This is just data really for you to visualize. Pulls in the prices for all of the items. Now, everything's placeholder right now in terms of prices, so don't worry about it too much. Everything's placeholder for now. It will all kick into gear once we get some TSM data to play with. But it pulls in all of the information, and the crafting cost just, it uses some spreadsheet wizardry to basically multiply this number by this number, and does the same for every row. Adds it all together, gives us a grand total. How long do you think until TSM averages it out? I would say that, well, Trade School Master is likely to launch with a new price source. There's going to be a new price source. I don't think they mind too much if this is public. There's going to be a new price source called DB Recent, which is going to be like DB Market. It's going to be similar to DB Market price, but most people know that DB Market price is a 14-day average. DB Recent is going to only take the last snapshot into consideration, so it's going to be more like a 24-hour average. So it's going to be only taking into consideration the more recent pricing, which will be super important at the start of the expansion. Now, the annoyance to me is that I have not set up this cheat sheet to utilize that, because I didn't know they were going to launch that. I knew it was in the making. I knew it was something that they planned to do. But yeah, hopefully with the launch of Dragonflight, there should be a new price source that we can play with, which will be obviously rapidly changing, but that's, by design. But under normal circumstances, the normal market price for stuff will probably take, a couple of weeks before it levels out. I don't know the full ins and outs. I actually have I've got the ability to play test with their new update, but I just haven't had time yet. I've not paid much attention at all to TSM, if I'm honest, in the run-up to Dragonflight, simply because I know full well it takes most add-ons a little while to catch up. And I knew that, in the craziness, with all of the craziness of the start of an expansion, I probably would want to do a lot of stuff manually anyway. I do kind of wish I had a little bit of time, more time to make some basic groups and stuff for people, but once the game goes live, that sort of stuff I can just bang out in an afternoon. Right, burnished inks. Burnished inks take 1 iridescent water. They take 2 blazing inks, 2 flourishing and 2 serene. What does a blazing ink take? Blazing ink is 1 iridescent water, 2 pigments. Where are the pigments on here? 2 shimmering pigments and 1 blazing pigment, and then 1 draconic vial. Okay. Flourishing ink is the same, but just using flourishing pigment instead. Serene ink, 1 water, 1 vial, 2 shimmering, 1 serene. Beautiful. So now you can see how this starts to play out, right? You can see how what the cheat sheet does is that if I was to give some more accurate numbers to these in the global materials list, we'd start to see things working a little bit better. So if where's all the so many flipping materials, man. My lord, there's so many materials. Where did I put all of the herbalism stuff? Here we go. Pigments. So if we say shimmering pigments are going to be the cheaper, let's put some overrides in all of these prices. Hang on, let's just cheat the system a little bit. Let's just go. Boop. Like that. Let's say a basic shimmering pigment is like, I don't know. I'm just going to put really rough numbers in here. Just so we've got some numbers that matter. 20, 25, 30 maybe. And then that's going to make the inks, I don't know, like 50 gold, 60 gold, 70 gold. It doesn't matter what these numbers are, you can set these to whatever you want, or this column here is going to be the TSM market price. This is the TSM market price column, all of this. So you can either choose to put in your own prices, or you can use what TSM says. That's going to be your choice. You'll start to quite quickly use this override a lot, as your crafting costs end up being different to other people's and different to the market prices. You'll start using your own personal crafting prices rather than others. DB recent is how many days? I don't know the full ins and outs just yet. I've not had too much time or chance to look at it in much detail. Let's say a burnished ink is then a combination of a whole bunch of them, isn't it? So a burnished ink could be like 300 gold a piece, and then 350, and then 400 or something like that. Cosmic inks, I don't know, 1,000 gold a piece, 1,500 gold, and then 2,000 gold, something like that. I don't know, whatever. Prices, it doesn't matter. But what it means is that once you've got some prices for all of these different materials, what the sheet will do, if we go back to inscription, what this is then doing is it's pulling all of these prices in, and it's doing some multiples, right? If you've selected, you select the quality that you want to use. Say, for example, you start using quality 3 serene instead of quality 1, it will adjust the price accordingly. And all of these numbers to the side update as you change things. So it takes the quantities and it multiplies them by the prices that you're using for each component. I understand at face value it looks a bit confusing, but once you get to grips with it, all you really care about is that this number changes when you change the price of materials. This is this is spreadsheets doing spreadsheet things. You shouldn't have to change too much. This sheet will just be pretty much, it'll pretty much run itself. But it basically means that when your material prices change, you can come in here and pretty much all you're doing is you're deciding, right, okay, well, I'm trying to make the best quality stuff now. So now I need to be using top quality pigments and top quality inks. For example, what's that going to do to my crafting prices? It's going to change them all. So yeah, that's the main reason for the sheet. To give you that little bit of flexibility of saying, right, well, if I use top quality components, what will it cost me? If I use basic quality components, what's it going to cost me? All that sort of good stuff. It feels as if it's helpful. I don't know, obviously we don't fully understand how helpful all of this will be once it goes live, once the game goes live, but it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and then have to start making it and trying to work it all out and that sort of stuff. A round Reithbach costs what? 5 rousing air. Five rousing air. 5 Reithbach. Also takes 1 flourishing ink and 1 chilled rune. Boom. Now where's chilled rune? Chilled rune costs 5 rousing frost and 1 serene ink. Oh, I've got to be super careful to select the serene inks and not the pigments because they're going to be very different in price. Right, Draconic Missives. Draconic Missive of the Aurora. 1 glittering parchment. 1 glittering parchment, 1 chilled rune, and 1 serene ink. And this is pretty similar for most of these, apart from the ink changes each time. A Fever Flare is a blazing ink. Fire Flash is also a blazing ink. Harmonious is a serene ink. Peerless is a flourishing ink. And a Quick Blade is also the same. Have you tested out the profession shuffling since the nerf? I haven't, no. I haven't, no. I'm not recommending people do it anyway. I'm not going to be doing it myself. Now, I could test it for the people that want to do that sort of degenerate stuff, but I'm more of the opinion nowadays that if you want to do that sort of level of crazy stuff, you're going to need to test that yourself. I've not got time in my day for that sort of shenanigans. Not at the moment. Too much stuff going on. My way of min-maxing once the game goes live is just going to be to do everything I possibly can on my main character. If I do everything I can on that character, I'll accidentally min-max anyway. I don't plan on playing too many characters too aggressively. It's weird, right? The amount of time I put into working all of this stuff out is almost more than the amount of time I actually spend doing it once I have worked it out. It's kind of ridiculous, right? But I personally, I enjoy the journey. I enjoy figuring all of this stuff out. That's the fun thing for me. This is why I'm happy to live on the beta and to live on the PTR. When it actually goes live and when I get to do it for real, it's not as fun anymore. Because I've already figured out all of the problems. The putting it into action is less fun for me. And it's probably because my ultimate goal is not to make a boatload of gold. If I make gold, great, excellent, fantastic. But that's not really the big reason why I do it anymore. It used to be. And it used to be, and so hence why, when it used to be the big reason behind why I did it, I used to spend a lot more time doing things like farming, because then I cared a lot more about my, like, you know, my time spent and my gold per hour values and this sort of silliness. But I enjoy the journey. This is, Legendaries was a really good example of this. I loved the hustle. The hustle with Legendaries of trying to level things up and then taking the profit that you make from the things that you've already leveled up and reinvesting it back into learning new patterns and unlocking new ranks. That sort of stuff for me was the fun aspect of it. Once I got to the point where I had everything unlocked and all I was doing was just recrafting and cancel scanning all day, it killed the enjoyment really quick. It's why in 9.2 I was in and out like a flash. I spent more time in patch 9.2 planning and buying materials before 9.2 went live than I did selling legendaries after. I only sold legendaries aggressively for about a week after patch 9.2. I think I lasted 3 days on Taran Mill. I think I lasted 3 days before I was like, nope, screw it. And I liquidated all of my stock on Taran Mill super fast. And that's one of the biggest servers in the entire region. This is why I suspect that some people have become billionaires. Billion with a B. I suspect some people have become billionaires off legendaries. Because if you actually stuck it out and you stayed with it for the long term, you didn't just print money, you made silly money. But it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun, which is why I didn't do it for very long. Right, Dark Moon Dance box. Or Dark Moon box dance, sorry. 1 spark. Hang on, where have we gone? 1 spark. How many Primal Chaos? 60 Primal Chaos. 1 Dark Moon deck in the first place. I haven't actually worked out how these things are gonna work. Hopefully, if you buy a Dark Moon card and you equip it and you start using it, hopefully then at a later date you can reuse that again to make your Dark Moon deck box. If they fuck people by making it so that you can't provide the bind on pickup Dark Moon deck that you've already used, that will kill the system dead as a dodo. Awakened Air. Because just this component right here could have a crafting cost of like 200k. There's no way that people are going to want to buy 2 of these. You can upgrade your Soulbound Dark Moon deck, yes. I'm glad somebody's tested it, and you're one of the people I'd trust to have tested it properly. No offense to others, but... Rothbark. 10 of these, and then 12 Cosmic Inks. Woof! Spicy meatball. They're going to be expensive. I guess these are mostly the same, but just with a slight few differences. 1 Spark, 60 Chaos, 1 Inferno deck, 10 Awakened Fire, 10 Rothbark again, and then 12 Cosmic Inks as per. Rhyme is the same but different. 10 Rothbark again. Which Awaken does it use? Frost. 10 Rothbark and 12 Cosmics. Bingo. And then the Watcher. How many cards does a bundle make? 2. Each bundle makes 2. A Watcher deck. These are going to be what? Awakened Earth? Yeah, Awakened Earth. 10 Rothbark. And 12 Cosmics. Oh, Cosmic Ink is no longer epic. When did that change? I liked Cosmic Ink being epic. It made it feel special. and the crafter can proc the deck on resourcefulness, getting a new BOE deck in the process. That's madness, you know. The fact that that's a thing is actually wild. A lot of people may not have understood what you just said there, but when you as a scribe fill a crafting order for one of these Dark Moon decks, if you as a crafter are stacking resourcefulness to the hills, which is probably something you're going to want to do for this exact reason, the way that resourcefulness works when you do crafting orders is that if your resourcefulness procs,
sweet profit together.
if your resourcefulness procs, you get to keep the bonus materials. Now, considering the Dark Moon deck is considered a material in this, there is the chance that you will proc. Your resourcefulness will save, quote unquote, save the Dark Moon deck from being used. It'll still be consumed in the creation of it, but you then get one of these in your inventory just for filling that work order. That alone is going to make people snipe the sales of these so aggressively it's not even funny. I think the Dark Moon card market, generally speaking, is going to be absolutely bonkers this expansion. Not necessarily bonkers from a profit perspective, but just some of the crazy things that can happen with it. Can you proc a spark as well? I've never seen resourcefulness proc on sparks or chaos. So I'm led to believe that you can't. No. But the other components absolutely can. Right, cracking Codex of the Isles. What does this need? 1 spark. 40. Only 40? Oh, it's a this is the offhand piece. I was like, whoa, that's cheap. 5 awakened air. Five awakened air, 20 parchments. Seems so so pointless to have 20 parchments going into this, really. But 10 cosmics, 5 runed writhe barks, and 4 chilled runes. Whew. That's also going to be expensive. That's expensive without any of the
profit together.
without any of the chaos or sparks. Oh, Cooper, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming for 2 months now. Thank you, thank you. And Smouldering Ego, my man. Welcome in. Thank you very much. Appreciate it both. Bit Dark Moon Gamba. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Right, Kinetic. No. Illuminating Pillar of the Isles. Ah, now we're getting into the two-hand territory. Look, these are going to be big. These are going to be big. The Kinetic Pillar and the Illuminating Pillar, these are going to be big. I see it now. They could... okay, let me clarify before people clip that out of context. These are either going to be massive or the biggest flop in history. And the reason I say that is purely because they use 2 sparks. The fact that they use 2 sparks could either be a blessing or a curse. And I've not decided which yet. Because of how sparks are obtained, you gain 1 when you complete the campaign and you've dinged level 70. You're not going to get your second spark of ingenuity, though, until the raid releases or the season starts. So you could, in theory, scrabble around, do the quest once the reset happens, get your second spark, and then get your two-handed staff. But I wonder how many people will choose to go single hand and offhand over a two-handed staff. Because I know a lot of casters, healers and such don't strictly always use two-handed staffs. They prefer to have a bit of both. I don't know. It could go either way. It's going to be fun to see, though. The world of speculation we live in, though, means that we can only guess. Oh, both of them use the exact same materials. Oh, well, that makes it easy to remember. 160 of those. 6 of those, 8 of those, 10 of those. Weathered Explorer's Staff. Plus 1,000 haste, but it's instantly embellished. That's wild. That's got to be that's got Mage wrote all over it. Quick question about the drops for the pet. I assume it's 2 subs to 2 streamers, or 1 streamer for multi-month. I think it's now. This is where the Blizzard post on this doesn't really clarify. Originally, it said gifted subs, so it's that you gift 2 subs to the community. So they're not subs for your own personal benefit. If you want to be subbed to the channel, then great. But it was gifted subs. You have to gift them. So they don't benefit you directly. The likelihood is though is there's a strong chance that a streamer of my size will end up with practically every single viewer being a sub because of this system. Tough choices: watch channel or watch 3 hours of YouTube videos a day. There's a little tick box. There's a little option on YouTube so you can see your YouTube Premium stats that they've recently implemented by the looks of things, and it shows you how long you've been able to watch YouTube for without viewing adverts. And mine was in the many thousands. I watch far too much YouTube. What am I looking for? 8 Awakened Decay. 8 Awakened Decay, 12 Cosmic Inks, 8 Runed Wraithbarks, and 5 Chilled Runes. So you need to already be subbed and then gift 2 subs to the stream. Follow now. Must learn to read. No, it's not. They've not explained it very well, to be honest. To qualify for the reward redemption code, users must purchase 2 subscriptions of any tier or any combination of tiers towards an eligible channel, as long as their cumulative support is 2 total subscriptions. The subscriptions may be purchased at once or one at a time over the course of their campaign across multiple eligible participating channels, or done on a single eligible... Oh, it's basically because 2 subs is $10, right? That's usually the price that they charge you for these pets, I think. It's about $10 for these pets, isn't it? So instead of giving Blizzard $10 directly, it's a nice thing that they've done for creators to say, right, well, here's go and give your favorite creator $10 instead. Twitch gets their cut, obviously, which is 50%, which is 7 levels of gross, but what you're going to do. And you get your pet. And let's not forget, there's the fell mount. There's the fell mount just for watching. So your freebie is the fell mount. If you want the pet as well, it's 2 gifted. That kicks in... When does that kick in? That kicks in Monday, I think. That kicks in Monday. YouTube ad-free viewing, 2,420 hours. Yeah, mine's something in that sort of ballpark area as well. But I think mine is actually a lot longer. I've had YouTube Premium since literally the day it existed. But it says on my dashboard that I've only had it since 2020, which is a big fat stinky lie. Maybe I changed my credit card or something and it bounced 1 month and then it reset the total. But I'm sure I put in about 2,000 hours of YouTube a year, never mind over however long that YouTube Premium's been a thing. I spend way too much time on YouTube, it's disgusting. There comes a point where you try and claim that it's, it's for the, it's a business expense. No, it's just a complete time sink in your life. 5 rousing earth. 1 blazing ink. And 1 shield rune. Overseer's Wraithbark staff. Wow, this thing's cheap. Mad level cheap. A single blazing ink and a single runed Wraithbark. Ka-ching. Although those runed Wraithbarks are not free. So maybe it's not that cheap. 1 serene ink. And 1 runed Wraithbark again. Now we're on to the sigils, the Ember Scale sigils. To be honest, just do 2 gift subs and do it on one of the Elible channels. Manthius is one of those channels. Yes, I am. Yes, that's a very good suggestion, Starbuck Viper. I do agree. It's a charity pet. The charity is you. Hey, I'll happily be a charity case if it gets you a free pet. Or it's not free, I suppose, is it? I got to be careful about how I quote that. UPS driver, so it's hours of listening to YouTube and audiobooks. Oh, I see. Oh, it's peak season for you then now, UPS drivers. Busy, I imagine. Probably not the best time to launch an expansion for you, I guess. Ember Scale, Sigil. 1 Awakened Fire, 1 Blazing, and 2 Burnished. 1 Blazing, 2 Burnished, 1 Awakened Fire. Where's Awakened Fire gone? There it is. Jet Scale Sigil. YouTube, that's research, surely. I'd like to claim it to be research, but it's definitely not.
Is that your wallet?
Oh,
Or
hang
you
on.
just glad to see
I'm
me?
not turning in game. What's going
Both,
on
I
here?
hope.
Cosmic Ink times 1 Awakened Ire times 1. Where's Awakened Ire on my list? There it is. Ubi this. Intrepid Muppet, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Welcome in. You should probably do a better job of advertising or broadcasting the fact that you were selected to participate in the campaign. A lot of other streams I know weren't, and it's really annoying. Don't worry. When the day comes, I will shout about it. I'll make sure that I shout. I'll stand on my soapbox and scream if needs be. Don't worry. When there's money involved, I'll shout really loud. Sage Scale Sigil. I'm not overly good at sellout, as you guys all know. In fact, I'm less than not good at it. I'm terrible at it. But the salesman in me understands the opportunity. So, 1 Awakened Earth. I try to provide entertainment first, though. You know, that's the true goal. The goblin in you comes out. Yeah, a little bit. Azarweave Sigil. 2 Burnished, 1 Serene, and 1 Awakened Frost. I can't decide if these runes and sigils are going to be a thing or not. It seems like such a expensive optimization for your Dark Moon cards, and it really puts heavy emphasis on the Dark Moon cards being not just good but crazy level good for you to care this much. It's like you know, nobody in their right mind was like putting missives on like novice crafter's mark gear for the reason that it just didn't matter, and I feel that these runes and sigils fall into that same category. Of that, on paper, sure, it's a cool little way to change the way your Dark Moon deck shuffles, but it increases the difficulty, meaning that you might be sacrificing quality. You as a crafter are going to be annoyed by these because people are going to want them, and it's going to limit the amount of work orders you can fill because it's going to add that extra difficulty. And the reality is I can't imagine that they're going to make much of a difference. And they're expensive as well. This could be like a couple of thousand gold extra cost to your Darkmoon trinket just to have it shuffle in a slightly different way. Seems real dumb to me. But maybe it's one of those things that just because maybe I just don't understand. I'm quite willing to admit that there's lots of areas of this game I just don't understand because I have not chased gear for many years. If you chase gear and you check you're simming yourself left, right, and center, then you probably might see more value in these. But let's hope the stream doesn't crash whilst gifting if going to be live is a criteria. Yeah, that's what I should also point out. I've seen a lot of people in recent days and weeks actually subbing to the channel when I'm not live. And I assume that's because I've given people a way to get access to the cheat sheet by being a sub. But yeah, you're only going to qualify for the pet if the streamer is actually live. Now, luckily, it's going to be the launch of the expansion, so I'll be live the best part of 12 hours a day, I'd imagine, at least for a few days. So you'll have plenty of opportunity to grab your pet. But I have looked. I've had a little look on that list, and there's plenty of people. Zanzaful is another one of the streamers that is qualified for it. I think Student is. I'm not sure. I definitely know Zanzaful is though. So if I'm not live, Zanzaful will be. I wonder, is Zanzaful still in Team NA? Is he over in America right now? I don't even know. Is he going to be back for the launch? I don't know. And I'm quite sure there's plenty of other people where you'll be able to gift some subs, share the love, get your pet. Nothing but chilled runes on these. Well, these are easy ones. Alchemist's brilliant mixing rod. We're getting there though, look. We're getting there slowly but surely. We're this is what I'm doing, by the way. I'm data entry mode right now. I'm plugging in all of the crafting costs for all of the recipes to get crafting costs coming up that we can then go and use this data in other places. I've tried to leave this to the very last minute, or as last minute as I possibly can, just so that there's no errors in it. That was my aim. So yeah, I'm in full data entry mode, and I got to do this for all the professions. It's going to take me a little while, but it's all... Jesus, there's 40 people looking at the cheat sheet right now. Wasn't the pet thing when the season starts? I think it was meant to be, yes, but I think they've now pushed it forward to the launch of the expansion as well, because there's the criteria of that the streamer has to be live. I think they're wombo comboing it with the Drake, going full on, you know, stacking all the chips high. Right, Alchemist's mixing rod. 300 artisans metal. Ouch. 300 metal. 12 runed. 12 runey boys. Draconium ore times 30. Chef's splendid rolling pin. Hello? Oh, where do we get that from? Oh, good luck. I was wondering, is this go? This doesn't use artisan's metal because it's a secondary profession. It's cooking. So I was like, oh, maybe this can be used as a cheeky way to level up inscription. But no, you need to be valued with the Artisans Consortium before you can even buy it. So that's going to delay you. That's going to delay your process quite a lot. I'm glad the secondary profession stuff, though, doesn't require artisan's metal. That would have been a bit gross. Scribe's Resplendent Quill is 300 metal. One feather? Really? I suppose you're just making a quill, aren't you? So I guess you don't really need more than one feather. It seems such a silly thing to have. That's one of those little those little RPG moments in the game. Oh, you're making a quill? Well, then you need one feather. Alright, fine. 12 ruined Writhe bark. That's a lot of bark for only one feather to make a quill, right? You know? They try to make it make sense in some places, but then fail in others. Alchemist Sturdy Mixing Rod. What are the daily or weekly sources for Artisan's Metal? There's not really so much that's daily. There's a single quest you can do per week called Show Your Metal, which you don't have to do anything for. It's the dude, what's his name? Thomas Bright. My God, if I remembered that NPC's name, that's incredible. There's an NPC by the name of Thomas Bright who once a week will give you a quest, and he just hands you over some Artisan's Metal. The amount he gives you is based on your standing with the Artisans Consortium. Starts off at 25 a week, steps up to 50, then 75, then 100, I think. First time craft bonuses will give you some Artisan's Metal. The more difficult the recipe, the more Artisan's Metal it will give you on that first time craft. What else? What else? Turning in Dragon Shards of Knowledge will also give you some Artisan's Metal. That's going to be limited to like 3 or 4 times a week. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. There's probably more. They've made that change to the profession window on live as well, so you see all the unlearned stuff at the bottom. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. It was I know why they've implemented that change. They've implemented that change because there was a thread on the forum that was ranting and raving that they wanted it, which annoyed me because it's exactly the opposite of what I wanted. I wanted it all mixed together. I wanted to know, right, if I'm collecting air gems that, you know, for example, I want to be able to see all of the air gems in one spot. I want to see the ones that I have, and I want to see the ones that I don't have. I don't want to have to scroll to 2 totally separate areas to see the ones that I have and then scroll all the way down to see the ones that I don't have. It's not a quality of life thing as far as I'm concerned. 1 blazing ink, 1 ruined Writhe bark. And of all of the changes to make to the game based upon the feedback of the forums, that's the thing they choose. Like, honestly. It's like, really now? Boys, come on. You don't listen to the forums most of the time. Don't start listening to the forums on stupid stuff. See, we listen to feedback. You see, that's it. It's the token piece of feedback, right? What's the least impactful thing that they can listen to feedback with? just to say that they do. That's very glass is half empty, Kahane. We can't be having that. That's borderline negativity. That's toxic behavior. We can't have any of that. Not on my watch. 3 glittering parchments. 3 iridescent waters. 1 flourishing ink. And 1 awakened air. Same again. 3 parchments, 3 waters, 1 frost, 1 serene. I feel like I'm in sort of some chef's kitchen or something, you know, calling out the orders. I need 3 glittering parchments, 3, let's fire, 3 iridescent waters. like being back at McDonald's again. Not that McDonald's is a restaurant. The fact that McDonald's claims themselves to be a restaurant is batshit crazy. I don't know how many of my Finnish viewers are listening. I know there's a few of you out there. But fuck me, if you know anybody that works at McDonald's in Finland, shoot them. In the nicest possible way. They are so goddamn slow, it's not even funny. Having you order a cheeseburger and they're like, oh yeah, just go park over there, it'll be 20 minutes. What do you mean? I ordered a cheeseburger. Give me my cheeseburger. It says fast food above your door. Madness. Actual madness. No sense of urgency whatsoever. McDonald's is a real estate franchise. They just happen to advertise food. That sounds like some tax evasion loophole right there. It's got to be, right? Our McDonald's here can deliver with DoorDash in 20 minutes. Yeah, it takes me longer than that to get some McNuggets from the McDonald's near me. It's broken. It's actually, this is funny, right? If if me and Mrs. Manthias are out and about and we decide that we can't be bothered to make dinner and we'll just go to McDonald's, it's quicker. This is the ridiculous thing, right? It's quicker for us to drive from the supermarket where McDonald's is. It's quicker for us to drive home and for me to order McDonald's on the phone via a food delivery service than it is to pull over, order McDonald's, wait 20 minutes for them to make it, and then drive home. It's actually quicker to have it delivered than it is to go there and get it yourself. It's madness. That should not be a thing. Because they prioritise the takeout, they prioritise the food delivery service orders. Which means you only get, you know, if you actually haul ass over to McDonald's to place an order yourself, you get back of the queue treatment. Over some fatty fat that's just sat on his couch ordering it. Shocking behaviour. Nothing against McDonald's, or it's tasty, it's all hell, but the service is horrendous. Where did this rant come from? Why did I start ranting about who got me onto McDonald's? If you go there yourself, you can jump in the ball pit. That's real value. Hey, that's true. That's true. Dodge the heroin needles. Jump in the ball pit. Awaken fire and a blazing ink. Illusion parchment shadow orb. Follow-up question: if you have barely enough skill to make a quality 3 weapon and there's a plus or minus 5 on your crafting roll, so you theoretically make quality 2, what happens if you take a personal work order and you get that -5 roll? With work orders, you have to well, personal work orders, because it's only personal or guild work orders where you can specify quality. You have to be able to guarantee that craft, which means you have to have more than the recipe difficulty requires. And on personal work orders, it appears that this plus or minus 5 business isn't a thing. If you have enough skill points, it will craft it. The annoyance is that you could then craft one for yourself, and it might, you know, roll -5, and you screw yourself. It's just a weird system. But yeah, to take an order, to even press the button, the craft button will be grayed out if you can't guarantee the quality. So you can't even press the button to try. Right, 3 parchments, 3 waters, 1 awakened and 1 serene. Awakened decay. Three parchments, 3 waters, 1 order, 1 burnished. Right, scroll of sails. 1 glittering parchment, 1 pentagon seal, and 1 serene ink. This is the only reason the pentagon seal is on my list. There it is. Oh, Bundle O Dark Moon cards. Where's that gone on my list then? Bundle O Dark Moon cards. So you'll be going after inspiration on your blacksmith or resourcefulness. For your own personal crafting benefits, resourcefulness is king. But if you're likely to primarily be that crafter, you know, say you're your guild's crafter for blacksmithing or something, then you probably want to stack resourcefulness. If you're dealing heavily with work orders, inspiration is a dead stat to you. But for your own, it's annoying though, because for your own stuff, inspiration is king. So it's, you know, you got to balance it a little bit. If you have to choose between one or the other, you have to make that choice. Eventually, you'll stack both of them, so it doesn't matter, but... We'll all be the most reputable crafters. We pay more attention to the customer's orders than our own. Well, that's the way to make gold from it, right? You know, I always suggest people pick professions that is, you know, be greedy first. Pick professions that benefit you directly to begin with. Because what's the point of having it if you don't benefit from it yourself in some way, shape, or form? But yes, if you really are trying to make gold with the professions, then you focus on the customer. 3 order, 3 earth, 3 air, 3 of everything. Apart from decayed and ire. Those cards, man. These cards. Woo! Ooh, Nelly. I want to craft another 100 of these, actually. I might do this once I've finished my data entry for inscription. Craft another 100 of these just to sanity check the drop chance on these. Make sure nothing's changed. Why have they added... Oh! That's new. Is that new? I think that's new. They've added iridescent water onto these. So now there's glittering parchments and iridescent waters. So that's practically 3 gold before you take into... And then they require 2 inks now. Blizzard has been watching my videos. Okay, well that market's dead then. Or at least it is to begin with. Right, Blazing Fortunes, 1 parchment. 1 parchment, 2 waters. And then 2 inks. Blizzard, really? Fun detected. Serene fortune cards, 1 of those, 2 of those, 2 serene inks. The reason I say fun detected is there was a cool little video, or well, I think it was a cool little video. Where's my... Hang on, please hold. No, not that one. Put that back over there. God, I've got far too many windows open. That'll do. No, hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's it gone? Oh, here we go. Making a fortune flipping cards. Fun detective around with it. So, do I show in this what the cards cost to make? Yeah, look, they've changed it. They've changed it. There used to be a single parchment and a single ink to make a single card. Now they've tweaked it so it's a single parchment, 2 additional water, which doesn't sound like a lot, right? But this is 2 gold. This is 2 gold in vendor cost, and now doubled the amount of inks that you need. The main thing was because I quite quickly worked out that you could your average card flipping price was about 8 gold. And if there's a 25,000 gold. I think it's 25,000 gold. There's a 25,000 gold card that you can get from these things. Where's it gone? Where did I do it? I think I put it on the Dark Moon card sheet. Did I put it on the Dark Moon card sheet? No. Where did I put it? Milling sheet? Yeah, here we go. Fated Fortune cards. There's actually a 25,000 gold card that I didn't get. I made 1,000 of these cards, flipped them all to see what I got, and was getting, you know, some reasonably good results. 1,000 cards resulted in 24,000 gold in cost, which meant that my gold per card value was 24 gold. This was heavily propped up, though, by the fact that I got a 10,000 gold card and 3 500 gold ones. If you take those off, that's 10,000, like 12,000. You could half that number. So even if you don't get the big ticket ones, it was still about 12 gold a card. So it's still probably 10 gold a card profit on those fated fortune cards. And even 10 gold per card is not that bad if you can craft them quick enough. You know, it's a vendor shuffle again, isn't it? It's another vendor shuffle. If your ink ends up being cheap enough, it's a vendor shuffle again. But they've clearly watched some of my videos then. Specifically, things that I've focused on have been changed in material value. Maybe I should stop making videos. Extraction, air. Yeah, we don't need to worry about those. Contracts. We need the Tuskar Fishy Boy contracts. Not got much faith given how they can't even get the enchanting vellums working. It took them a long... I think they fixed that now, but it took them a long ass time to fix it. Surprisingly long time. It must have actually needed an actual reset to fix that, not just a hot fix, which was probably why it took them a week to fix it. God knows what they did to fuck those up, though. But it did make the enchanting market pretty funny. Fixing it broke old ones, so it's still balked. Genius. Actual genius. That's quite funny, though. I tell you, I don't envy game developers when it gets to crunch time, you know. I bet the devs are literally pulling their hair out as we speak. Here's us casually pissing about and complaining that things are broken, but behind the scenes, you know, it's absolute pandemonium right now. So, hats off to them. They're probably putting in the time. Dragon Scale Expedition. The contracts are dead cheap, actually, you know. Basically no cost to these. A Blazing Ink. And a Chilled Rune. The Centaur is one of those, and one Flourishing Ink. Why does the Artisans Consortium one not use a... Why does that one feel the need to be different? Why is the... Okay, sure, whatever. Valdraken, 1 parchment, 2 burnished. Why is the Valdraken one an entire burnished ink cheaper than the Artisans Consortium one? Weird. Weird decisions. Treatise on alchemy. 10 artisans metal. 1 rock fang leather. What the hell is that? Oh, I remember what that is. Oh! Oh! Are these all going to use rock fang leather? Oh, they do! Haha! Well, I guess the skinners that work out how to farm this stuff reliably are going to be in for a win then. 10 artisans metal, 1 rock fang leather. Where's rock fang leather on my list? Whoa, hang on, hang on, hang on. We're not turning around in game. Rock fang leather. Do they all use 1 rock fang leather? They do. I'm going to cheat the system. 1 rock fang leather. Drag that down to there. And they all use 10 artisans metal. So drag that down as well. Glittering parchment times 5. Is the only change in materials for these the awakened that they use? It is. And they all use burnished inks now. That's good. That gives a even usage of inks. I was worried that these things were going to, like, lopside the amount of ink usage even further. But no, using burnished inks is a definite bonus here. 1 burnished ink. And then, okay, so Alchemy 1 uses air. Blacksmithing uses fire. So they are going to have slightly different crafting costs if the Awakens end up being different prices, which they undoubtedly will. I still think Awakened Frost is going to be a good one to farm for in the early days. If you're going to go out farming any of the Awakened, my money is on the Frost being a good one. Who is it that needs Frost? It's Scribes. Scribes need Awakened Frost in pretty high quantities. And as we know with Dark Moon decks being a thing, there'll be lots of people trying to level up Inscription. So that'll absorb Awakened Frost pretty aggressively. Not to mention that once they have then leveled it up, they then start needing all of the essences. Inscription uses Frost. Jewel crafting uses fire. Leatherworking uses air. Mining uses earth. Skinning also uses earth. And tailoring uses frost. Okay. Thank God it's only 1. There's not too many spots that have those rock fangs. Every spot has like 10 of the beasts. At least frost and air nodes give most yield from the overload thingy. Could be a hyperspawn opportunity then if there's not many of the actual mobs that drop. Although it will only have a hyperspawn on it if they're also somewhat needed for a quest. If they're not needed for a quest, it could be a real kick in the dick to farm. treaties should be quite expensive because they use artisans metal. I will probably go as far as saying that they probably won't be. I think most of the draconic treaties will go through the public work order system. Crafters who care enough to use these draconic treaties on a regular are probably going to be ordering them from themselves, right? They'll have a scribe alt that will make it for them, and they'll send themselves a work order, meaning that they get to choose which character uses the metal for. So I can't, outside of that, you might, as a scribe, you might fill public orders, but I don't really think you'll get all that many personal orders for them. The only personal orders you'll get is if somebody wants to buy your artisan's metal from you as a scribe, and then you get to charge whatever the hell you want for it, basically. Oh, now I've got all these all these silly things that all use weird and wacky materials. Okay. Any of the, like... Oh, snap, these are expensive. Holy baloney. Have you seen how expensive these Drake... My lord. Eight Awakened Order, a finished prototype Regal Barding, 10 Rock Fang Leather, 10 Flawless Dragon Scales, 20 Wild... I mean, this is nothing compared to the rest of this. All for some silver and blue armor on your Drake. Shit, I bet those are expensive. Hey, if you care about your dragon's transmog, I guess you pay the price, right? Damn, son. Alright, fine. Scribes might do alright this expansion, you know. They might do alright. Between crafting two-handed weapons, between crafting Dark Moon decks at mythic quality, between supplying nearly every single crafter with a book every week, and supplying every single player that wants to customize their Drake with all of their transmog for their Drake. Scribes are going to be breaded by the end of the expansion. I think that finished prototype requires a leatherworker to get to renown 22. Yeah, you're not going to be getting these day one, put it that way. But it won't be more than a week before people start capping out the renown paths, I can guarantee it. Since that there's ways and means of continuously grinding rep, those sweaty players who will be playing 18 hours a day, they'll be capping out their reputations pretty quickly, I'd guess. Those that care will get it done. Those that don't care so much will eventually get it done. Right, so 20 of those. 20 Wildercloth, 10 Flawless fellas, 10 Flawless, 8 Awakened Order. 8 Awakened Order, 1 finished what? Finished Prototype Regal. Finished Prototype Regal. And 10 Rockfang Leather. Oh, these are going to be a spicy meatball. Whew. Okay, steel and yellow is 20 Wildercloth, 10 Flawless. Is it the same? 8 Order, 1 finished Explorer's Barding, slightly different one, and 10 Rockfang Leather. So practically the same but different. Bovine horns, 15 wilder cloth. Oh, okay. Vendor mats out of nowhere. 5 vendor mats, 8 waters, 10 flawless, 4 awakened. Oh, so these are the cheap ones, right? These are the cheap ones. These are the poor appearances. What am I missing? 10 flawless. Predator pattern is exactly the same. All 3 of these are exactly the same, right? Okay. Bovine, predator, spined, all the same. Windborn, Velicide, Drake, silver and blue. Right, okay. 20, 10, 8, 1 and 10. Oh. Is this copy-paste? One uses the Regal, one uses the Explorers. Then they use 15, 5. No, because these have decided to use 8 water instead of... No, because these used 8 water as well. Oops. Okay, these are copy-paste. That makes my life a little bit easier. Please be the same for these as well. 20, 10, 8, Regal, Rockfang. 15, 5, 8. Oh, yes, beautiful. Nothing better than a copy-paste job. You watch, I'll get caught out by one of them being different. Nope. All copy-paste jobs. Love it. That's just saved me 15 minutes of headache. When do I expect the cheat sheet to be ready? What is it? It's Thursday, right? Is it Thursday today? It's Thursday. Probably Saturday. Technically, it's my anniversary today, so I'm not going to be doing too much stuff today. When the wife gets home from work, I will stop doing everything and spend the evening with the wife, because that's, you know, good husband points. Tomorrow we're going out for some food in the evening, but I've got most of the day to work on it tomorrow. I'm ahead of schedule with YouTube videos, believe it or not. There's a flurry of YouTube videos coming out in the next few days in preparation for the launch, so I'm ahead of schedule on those. It means I've got time to work on this cheat sheet. I hope to have it finished by Saturday. My plan is on Monday to do a proper video about the cheat sheet, how to use it, why you might want to use it, for those that want to then grab a copy of it and hit the ground running once Dragonflight launches. So probably before the launch for sure. I hope to get it finished by Saturday though. But it's taking me significantly longer per profession than I expected. But that's probably got something to do with the fact I'm streaming at the same time. Anything I try and do constructive while streaming. This is why I don't, you know, there are some creators out there that, you know, they make videos and all sorts of stuff on stream. I don't be doing none of that. Not usually. Not unless it's a hit record and go type video. Since my efficiency when streaming is like half. But this is Inscription pretty much done now though. This is what I've been working on the other screen. We're pretty much all up and running with this. Crafting costs for most things. Obviously, all the numbers right now are still placeholder. But it does mean that the very second we get some TSM data, that it will all hop into action and it will give us crafting costs for all sorts of things, and more importantly, it's dynamic, and that's the entire point of it, right? It's dynamic enough so that if we start twiddling and tuning, like, you know, costs for, or we start using higher qualities or whatever, that, you know, it's a spreadsheet that does spreadsheet things. Anything that uses burnished inks, if instead of using quality 1 burnished inks, we start using quality 2 burnished inks, it's going to change the prices. And if we start using quality 3 burnished inks, it'll change the prices even further. But we can change all of that. That's the point. Let a spreadsheet do all the maths for you. Let it do all the hard work. That's the plan. So that for me, whilst we haven't really got too far, is jewel crafting all up and running. Jewel crafting sorted. Inscription is now sorted. I might need to go through and make a few things like this. Insert smart words about inscription. I might need to go through and check that I do actually put some, you know, some basic information that might be helpful to people. But it's there. Trainer recipes, couple of builds. We did a little bit of a test for prospecting. We got prospecting, some new data for prospecting, giving us some indication of what things might cost and how much we should expect to get when we do certain things. We're getting there. I haven't tested milling yet. We should probably give milling another blast. Although milling's pretty boring. You get 0.7 pigments per herb, almost regardless to what you do. Now, there might be some... I've not looked into milling in too much detail. This is a worst case scenario. This is based upon having, like, no inscription skill. I don't think... Does milling really... Is there anything with milling that really makes a significant difference to this? Let me jump on... Let me jump on my... Oh, you know what I did say I wanted to do? I wanted to craft some Dark Moon bundles, didn't I? We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. Let's put all of these cards in the bank so they don't clash with any new ones we make.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Doing good. Your bank is full. Oh, Lord. Well, that I didn't plan for. How's that a thing? I should be able to fit everything in here. Hey, look, here's my top tier fortune cards. Here's my... Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Fun detected. I kept these for a reason. You know why I kept these? I kept these so that if they changed the vendor value of them, I'd spot it. And I have spotted it. This used to be a 10,000 gold card. It's not a 10,000 gold card anymore. Blizzard, you sneaky sneakies. Not only have they added vendor mats and doubled the amount of inks you need to make fortune cards, they've gone and nerfed the big ticket ones. That's not a 10,000 gold card. That's only a 2,500 gold card. Cheeky, cheeky. This is why I kept them. I kept them for that exact reason. What do you mean we've run out of space? Give me the aces back. Right, let's craft up a bunch of Dark Moon bundles. Was only 10k before, thought it was 25. There was a 10k one and there was a 25k one. They've nerfed the 10k one down to 2.5k though. So my entire testing for these is just basically put it in the bin. Because they've clearly changed it all. Clearly changed it all. Right, give me 300 of these. 300 of those. 300 of those. 300 of those. What was the other one? Frost. And order. And then 300 of the parchment thingies.
Have a good one.
100. Go. Inspector Manthius on duty. With the crimes against inscription. Ah, look. When you get a reagent saved and it procs on the parchment, that's a feels bad, man. That's a real feels bad. Oh, it's done it again. That's a real feels. This, for reference, though, is an absolutely tripped out scribe. This scribe, apart from only having quality 3 on these two, is tripped out. He's got full everything maxed to the hills. So if it's possible, this scribe does it. Oh no, now I've cancelled me deck crafting. Where have they gone? But so yeah, in an absolute best of the best situation, 20% multi-craft, 13% resourcefulness for Dark Moon bundles. Multi-craft is fun on these because you can get 2 or 3 bonus ones for free when it procs. Let's see if we get any cheek. There's a single multi-craft. There's a bonus pack. There's another one, a multi-craft and a reagent saved. It's Christmas. You could upgrade the accessories, but that would be only a very small gain. Yeah, you wouldn't get any more skill. From quality 3 up to quality 5, I might go from 30 resourcefulness up to like 35 or something. It's not actually that big of a jump. I've gone full multi-craft on this though, because multi-craft is where you win, right? Because you just straight up just print a brand new pack of cards. Like that. Multi-craft and reagent saved. Happy. Happy. Hang on, these are going to take a couple of minutes to craft. Whilst these are craft... Whoa, a +4 proc. Boom. Christmas. Whilst these are crafting, it's 5 o'clock my time, which means I need to go feed my dogs real quickly. And let me go feed my dogs whilst these are crafting, and then we'll open them and we'll compare, and we'll see if there's been any sneaky blizzard changes. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, boys and girls. Alrighty. Okay. 100 becomes 160. There was actually 29 in my... There was 29 in my bags to start. But 100 becomes 130. What I will do... what you can see is actually the reagents that we did save through resourcefulness. We saved a whole bunch of materials there.
Yeah.
Have I thought I might have actually enchanted my... Why did I come over here? Oh, I know why I came over here. I was going to put the other 60 of these somewhere, wasn't I? There we go.
Keep your ear to the ground.
Yeah, you could technically enchant this as well. I got a few of them. I fished for a quality 5 one. I got crafting speed, I got resourcefulness, another crafting speed, another inspiration. There might, you know, the min-maxers out there eventually will probably use a bunch of their artisan's metal to do just this, to have like a couple of different ones which you can switch out for different purposes. If you're making inks, you know, you probably would want a different tool. You'd probably want multi-craft for most things, to be fair, but you know, I could then switch up my inspiration. If I go for an inspiration heavy one, for example, all of a sudden, then that extra 10% inspiration would make a big difference. So one thing I don't understand about the work orders, are we going to be able to craft bind on pickup items for other people? That is the entire purpose of the work order system. That the crafting of the item happens within the work order system. So yes. Let's open these 100 packs though. Just fire through these, see what we get. Took us nearly 50 packs to get our first ace. That's an indication that nothing has changed. Can you recraft them to get from 4 to 5? You could, yeah, you could. If you found a more skilled crafter. Right, let's check the cheat sheet real quick. Let's have a look at how I have my testing for Darkmoon cards. So this is our data for Darkmoon cards so far. I've got one run I can do
Let's
here.
make sweet profit.
We can add 100 here.
One more
Track
month
the
till you're
data.
party popper.
Hey, Seducer, my man, welcome in. 1 month to go. 11 months, thank you. Appreciate it. So we can track our data in here and see if it is any different. So I'll do this off screen just for now because it's just a bit easier. But let's order these up a little bit. Let's get these in the right sort of order. So we need the earth ones. Ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Let's put this info in the sheet. We got 1 ace, 1, 10, 6, 6, 4, 11, 7, and 4. 49, by the looks of things, 49 earth cards, which is about what we normally would expect. Let's do fire. We did get an ace of fire. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Jot that in the sheet. 1 fire ace. 2, 7, 7, 11, 6, 6, and 10. So bang on 50 fire ones. Kind of, you know, even Stevens at the moment. Frost. Doesn't appear as if there's any changes to any of the rates here. 2, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and 8s. We got 1 ace. And then 9, then 8, then 8, then 9, then 3, then 5, then 8. 51 frost cards. It's all pretty even so far. And then 1. This seems to be it, right? I open 100 packs and I get 4 aces. Pretty consistently, nearly every single time. It's all about chase the ace. All about chase the ace. Uh, 1, 9, 7, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7. So yeah. Doesn't seem that throughout any of our testing batches that the drop chance on any of this has ever changed. This is now 900 packs I've opened over a period of time. From 900 packs, we have gained a grand total of 27 aces, with our percentage drop chance on the ace being exactly 1.5% now. Exactly 1.5%. Damn. Whew. Dark cards are going to be expensive. Have they implemented some bad luck protection regarding aces? Maybe doesn't look like it. They're just gonna. They just are what they are, and it's what they are is expensive. I wonder why Blizz makes the deck so expensive. What's their intention with this? I don't think, you know, Blizzard don't do things in a fashion to try and make something more or less expensive. They manage what goes into the system and they manage what goes out of the system. Now, the reason why, you know, they seemingly appear to be expensive is because, you know, I'm guesstimating that the Awakened will be like 500 gold a piece. Now, it could possibly be, if Awakened is 500 gold a piece, you're looking at about 270,000 gold cost to make a deck. If your Awakens are a lot cheaper, not that I think they will, but if your Awakens are a lot cheaper, then the decks are much cheaper. If you can get your Awakens for 100 gold each, which is super unlikely, but then you're looking at only 50k a deck. But the likelihood is that your Awakened, your regular ones could be in the region of about 500. The problem, I think, could be the real issue is that your Awakened order, because it's not as readily farmable, nor is there anywhere near as many ways in the game to acquire it, your Awakened order could easily be 1,000 gold apiece. Even more, potentially. Which all of a sudden, when you start looking at what it does to the numbers here, is pushing the price like to ridiculous extremes. Now, supply and demand will do its thing, right? If people spend nearly 5 million gold crafting 500 packs to try and put together decks, and they're only able to put together enough decks that it means their average cost is over 300,000 gold crafting price. If they can't sell them for more than that, guess what they're going to do? They're going to stop buying materials. You know, when they stop buying materials, the materials get cheaper. When the materials get cheap enough, maybe they start buying again. And, you know, this is how supply and demand works. But this is the first expansion where we're ever going to see it, where there's such a lopsided chance of getting the cards. In pretty much every past expansion, it's statistically been proven that the chance of getting each card was equal. This time, though, it couldn't be further from equal. And that is deliberately by design. So, I don't know why they've done it this way. Maybe just for a change. But I equally don't think they realise... Or, like I said, to be honest, they don't care. What happens in the middle... They don't care. They supply how many materials can enter the game. They also control how much gold leaves the game. What happens in the middle is up to the player base. Blizzard's hands-off approach to markets is why they work most of the time. What's your thoughts on fishing? Seems like if you're not fishing in a pool, you get so much more junk than actual fish. I've not put more than an hour of testing into fishing. I really don't care. Fishing, I was interested in fishing when I thought it could be a cheeky way to zerg and power level the Tuskar faction. But as soon as they removed that, I stopped caring about fishing. It is going to be a very sort of passive activity, though, just like it always has been. They've not reinvented even the Blizzard devs themselves have turned around and said that they've not really done much with fishing or cooking. Their focus has been on the other professions. They wanted to get those right. So cards 2 through to 8 are bonfire fodder to keep the snipers in the auction house warm. Pretty much. It won't take more than a few days before... Now, because you got to remember, I've done a lot of testing, and if you're here paying attention to this now, you've probably thought about it a lot more than most people have. It will take a couple of days for most people to work out exactly what's going on, which will mean that the 2 through till the 8 will still have some selling price on the auction house. The problem will be is that you'd have to be mad to be buying them off the auction house. You'd have to be absolutely bonkers to buy the 2 through till 8 on the auction house. They will always be 10 times greater the supply of 2 through till 8 than anybody would ever need. This is probably why they built in the recycling thing for them. They built this recycling thing into the game to try and churn through some of these. They made a problem, and this was their fix to the problem. But what you may notice is you can recycle the cards to get, extract the flowing components from Darkmoon Cards of Air. This will destroy the card in the process. You can destroy the cards once you've made them. You can get back your Awakened Air, your Awakened Earth, your Awakened Fire, and your Awakened Frost. But the smart of you will have very quickly realised that the Awakened Order, there's no recycle system for these. Only going to alleviate the problem even further, that Awakened Order could be substantially more expensive. Because there's no way to even recycle and get any of it back. For reference, if you recycle a bunch of cards, you get between sort of 3 and 4 rousing back each time. How many did I do there? 9. I recycled 9 cards. Let me just recycle 1 more. So it's a nice even 10. What do you mean the item is not valid? Recycled 10 cards and I got 42 rousing air back. So a 4.2... That's only a very small batch size, of course, but 4.2 awakened back for every 10 cards you recycle. So the actual The recycling's dog shit. Like, it's trash. The recycling's terrible. It's going to mean that the 2 through till 8 will literally be that it'll hover. Each card will hover around the cost of 4 rousing air, I would imagine. Can I buy the cards and recycle them yourself? I mean, if they, if the price is right, of course. But this recycling system is something that you have to spec into in the first place. You don't just get this by default. If you're dealing with Dark Moon cards, you have to... where is it? 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 Why can't I find it? Oh yeah, here you go. So you actually have to put points in quite deep into the trees to even unlock the ability to extract Awaken Fire from Dark Moon cards. That's what is it, 5, 10, 15, 20 points in each different type to be able to do each one. So you really are having to... You're not able to do this. Nobody's going to be doing this recycling business for quite a while. But what we also don't know is what the demand is going to be on each deck type. If every man and their dog wants the fire deck, because the fire deck creates the Inferno trinket, which is the single target DPS one. If everybody ends up wanting this one, and this ends up being the one that the one that's priced 3 times higher than the others, these could be these could easily, and I mean absolutely easily, be million gold trinkets. These super easy million gold trinkets in the first week. And it's a Shadowlands legendary system all over again. The barrier to entry is gold. The barrier to entry is being able to afford to make enough cards to even be able to craft a single deck. Do you know if you can fish up the ace? You can. But that doesn't matter, because there's not physically enough hours in the day for farmers to fish up enough of these for it to make a blind bit of difference. Who would pay 1 million gold, though? Loads of people. Loads of people. This is the thing, right? There's going to be, and this is why I equally think that Dark Moon could be just actually bonkers, that there are 2 significant categories of players in World of Warcraft now. You have the people that run around, never ever ever do they ever have any gold ever. They can barely afford they can barely afford to repair their gear because they've never given more than 3 minutes of thought to making gold in the game. Those are the players that usually just buy tokens whenever they need gold. You also have another category of players who spent the entirety of Shadowlands milking the legendary crafting system. And I mean milking it. Or they were boosting for the entire expansion. You have people out there that have got 100 million plus gold and will happily pay 1 million gold on a trinket. Why? Because it's chump change. So there will definitely be people that will be willing to pay these silly figures. Especially when you think about the fact that these Dark Moon decks, you buy your trinket initially, you can eventually turn this into a mythic level Dark Moon trinket. Let that sink in for a minute. We have never seen Dark Moon trinkets be that powerful before. Dark Moon trinkets have always been something that's, it's a good stat stick, it's a good item level stick, and they're reasonably competitive, but quite quickly there's something better in a raid, and they very, very rarely last until the next season. unless you're just buying one because it's a stat stick, because you've dinged 70 and it's, you know, it's item level, right? When you get one of these and you upgrade it to 418 item level, not only does it mean that that really good, super powerful early days Dark Moon trinket was fun at the beginning of the expansion, but it continues to be ever more powerful the more you upgrade the damn thing. And the 418 versions of them are going to be off the charts. And it might end up being one of those, like, it depends on how the... It depends if the trinkets that you get from other places are equally as good or better or not, but... It's probably only about 1,000 players per server that would pay $1 million. There's also a lot of people sitting on like 1 to 2 million that just do boosting whenever they have it, maybe even 500. It's one thing I learned many years ago about trying to make gold in World of Warcraft is never ever underestimate the amount that somebody is willing to pay for player power. Never underestimate the amount that somebody's willing to pay for player power. Somebody will pay outrageous amounts for just a 1% DPS increase. Outrageous amounts. You only need to look at some past historical proof for this. 9.2 landed. People were queuing up to buy 291 legendaries, right? 291 legendaries launched. That very day, for many hours straight, was I able to sit at the auction house and sell 291 legendaries for 300k a piece. All day long. All day long. People were buying multiple of them. Multiple of them. You go back to the tail end of Battle for Azeroth when we had the corruption gear. Corruption gear is, or was, a end of expansion experiment, right? An experiment. It didn't matter. But do you remember how much people were paying for those tier 3, what was it, tier 3 shooting stars or tier 3 Twilight Devastation BOEs at high item level back in the day? Those single pieces of gear were selling for literally millions of gold. And that was at the end of BFA. There is no doubt in my mind that if people see a DPS increase, that they will drop $1 million gold on a trinket.
Both, I hope.
No issues whatsoever. I never thought people were going to buy Shadowlands legendaries at the beginning on my low pop server when I started with 200k. By the end of the first year of Shadowlands, 15 million's richer, low pop server. Yeah, you can never underestimate the amount that somebody will pay for player power. Legendaries were insanely more valuable and yet only 300k. So much more people were buying them. Saying in my guild, World 300, there's one person that has $1 million to spare for a trinket. And that will net like a 500 to 1,000 DPS. Yeah, one person in one guild. How many top tier guilds are there on some of these big servers nowadays? You know, that, like, you play on, like, in the EU, you have Draenor, you have Kazakh, you have Taran Mill. Across the pond, you have Tichondrius, Illidan, you have Area 52. The big servers, right? There are tens of mythic guilds on those servers who are all competing against each other. About 1,000 people, maybe. I don't know. Don't forget the cards are now region-wide, unlike the auction house was for Legos. The cards themselves, in this format, yes, will be listed on the region-wide auction house. If you convert it into a trinket, then it's going to be on your realm basis. The market won't evolve around selling these trinkets, though. The market will be dictated by the prices of the aces on the region-wide auction house, because this is the true bottleneck. This doesn't matter. This lot is just stuff. This is just hot air. None of this matters. The cost of the 2 through till 8 will be, you know, nothing. You'll be able to pick up a 2 through till 8 for 10, 15,000 gold, but you'll have to pay 200k for your ace. The entire market for these will be dictated by the region-wide price of the ace. This is another really, really significant difference to how we've ever experienced gold making because of the region-wide auction house's implications. I would not be surprised to see some people able to not level up inscription, can all of this. This is all too much like hard work. There'll be people that will just snipe and flip the aces on the auction house. That's if the aces even land on the auction house. The scribes might not sell them on the auction house. They might not sell them on the auction house because they'll have a queue of people waiting for them. Did somebody say sniping? Of course, you pipe up. The entire market price will be dictated by the aces, which will be region-wide. So the entire region will have a very quickly will it be known just how much a Dark Moon trinket will cost. And that price will not just be on a server-by-server basis this time around. That price will be region-wide. It'll be normalized across the entire region. So you then have to consider that, oh, okay, well, based on this information, you're not just looking at the other guilds on your server, because actually all of the guilds in the entire region are competing with each other at that point on access to these trinkets. You could play on some backyard shed server and buy your trinket for the same price as somebody that plays on the biggest realm in a world first guild, for example. I think it could be wild. I think it's going to be really fun to see how it plays out. I made the mistake in Shadowlands. In Shadowlands, I didn't pay anywhere near enough attention to the Dark Moon trinkets. I knew they were going to be big, and it was stupid of me to not do it, but I turned my focus to legendaries, and I was too busy grinding legendaries at the beginning of Shadowlands. I mean, it clearly paid off, right? 100+ million gold later, it clearly paid off, but I could have, you know, kick-started that adventure with a nice cheeky 10 mil bonus in the first week if I'd have paid more attention to Dark Moon cards, which is why I focused a little bit more on them for Dragonflight. And everything I see from this gives me the impression that not only are they going to be expensive, but there's new factors involved, being the region-wide auction house, meaning everybody is fighting against everybody else for them. The market for them is now absolutely bonkers crazy. And on top of that, for the first time ever, they're not just a basic trinket that you buy with the intention of replacing it by the time you get to the heroic raid, for example. This is a trinket that you might buy one of these and end up in a few weeks' time with it at item level 418, and it's your best in slot trinket, and it could potentially maintain itself as a best in slot trinket throughout the entire expansion if they continue the upgrade path for them. Could be fun. Could be fun. It could not only could be fun, it could actually be a profitable market for a lot longer than what it once was. It's going to be interesting to see. And its ramifications on everything else is so great because it uses materials that are needed in every single profession. There's not a single profession out there that doesn't care about these items. And scribes and Dark Moon crafters are going to be trying to hoover up all of these materials this very second the expansion goes live. These 4 trinkets that come from these Dark Moon cards are going to pretty much dictate the price of nearly every other profession in the entire game. if the if the trinkets do well, everything will be expensive. If the trinkets tank and nobody cares about them, then everything else will get cheap. Literally the linchpin to the entire economy, this expansion. It's going to be really quite funny. But anyway, boys and girls, I'm getting a bit hungry. I think I might leave it there for today. My lord, there's like 200 of you chilling in here. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be honest, tomorrow is probably going to be a lot of the same. I need to continue working on getting the cheat sheet finished so that it's ready to rock and roll for the launch. We'll do a little bit more testing and tuning. There's a few other things such as I want to a little bit of disenchanting I think is needed, because it's always handy to know just how much the disenchanting materials are going to be worth. Although I've put less effort into enchanting this time round because I don't see really big things for enchanting, but it could be a good one to maybe have a little bit of a look at tomorrow. But I'm a little bit open for suggestions. If people are, get your questions ready and we'll dive through them a little bit on stream tomorrow. But yeah, incredible. Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. And Beyond Valor, also thank you very much if you're still listening. I forgot to thank you for your Prime. But we'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Thanks for the support recently. We'll be back tomorrow. Peace.